Alright, are we now live? I think we're now live. Belt out the news, or what, or the gossip, whatever you want to say. But anyways, how you feel? Shiitake mushrooms. Let's see if I can navigate you down there.
At my customer's stuff.
Nothing to about Curiosity and the cat, folks. Anyways. Alright. Alright. Ooh. Alright. You go down here, and I'll put you over here. Alright, I'll shut the light off in my room, because I don't need that on anymore. At least for now. Someone's fiercely competitive, aren't they?
Whoa.
Alright.
The scenery here is wonderful.
One more
I
thing.
did the perfect job.
Whew. Let's set you. Let's repeat settings at 20. Alright, well, let's go with this, I think. There we are. Alright. Alright, now, what am I doing right now, folks? I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm still, well, I'll get, hey, that's good. Good look at you up close. Digging the skirt. And halter top, I guess. There you go, that halter top. No, it's not, because it's got straps. Shoulder straps, so, no, but, either way. She looks excited. Leave for now. And let's leave you with this. Alright, now then. I guess Sumeru would be probably the first place I go with this mini. After all, I still need 8 of these if I'm right? Yeah, so knock this out again and I'll have enough.
Sand's getting wedged into my paw pads. Feels kinda weird.
That's what every girl says for their first time. Yes, folks, I did made it dirty. My bad. I am so despicable. Alright. After this, I gotta answer Nature's call. I wasn't expecting my bowels to start moving this early. But hey, it happened. And so there's no use in complaining.
Red delivery! Quiver!
Where'd it go? Ah, I caught you now. There we are. Got you, pal.
Go! Just like we rehearsed. No turning back.
Yep, found you now. like a game of telephone, or game of hide and seek plus tag, I guess. More accurate term.
Strike!
Ow! Alright.
That ended high, Sean! Fallen Emma! Help! Stay here, please! Glory to the Shogun! Quiver! Just like we rehearsed!
And there we are. Wait, why is it electrified? It's not like, wait. Okay, I'm kind of confused. Just a smidge bit, folks. Just a smidge bit. Okay. Poor connection. Sorry about that, folks. Means you're gonna be hearing the microphone for just a little bit. Alright, I know it's this one if I'm right. No. No. Right here. It's upon being attacked. So yeah, that's that. But it shouldn't have triggered for me unless I got hit by accident somehow, some way. Hmm. Alright, what's the... I know there's like a slight delay between... I mean, I know there's the Stormbreaker only procs the Chain Lightning once every so often. Like an internal cooldown of some sort. I can't remember what it was though. I would have to go to the wiki to figure that out. But, needless to say, job well done, my Beto. Job well done. Alright. So I'm still here, and I think I still gotta get about 4 more of those damn cores. Right? Oh, I got 6 more to get. Well, shows you how well I'm paying attention to this stuff, folks. Alright. I did say I have to go use the... I'd have to answer Nature's Call, so BRB, folks. Sorry about that, folks. It took a lot longer than I thought to answer Nature's call. I'm back. But give me a moment, I think, to take care of unpacking some things here, and then I will get back to the fun stuff. And hopefully there's more than enough of you in here that I can get started talking about what I wanted to talk about. Now, by the time that this gets watched, probably might be later after the fact, but I will be talking about the stuff going on in Israel and Gaza, specifically Gaza at the moment. I'm going to cover mostly about how we got up to that point. How it got up to this point. Give my thoughts a little bit, as much as I can, as uncharged as possible, and definitely try not to be as biased as possible on my thoughts and ideas of what can possibly happen and what should happen. Well, more or less what should happen, but also I'll be explaining how is it. Oh, pretty good. Yourself? Still just unpacking some stuff here after getting done answering Nature's call.
It's hard to remain on dry land for so long. I never quite seem to get my land right.
And then I'll get around to, while I'm talking about that stuff, I will be doing my fluffing around a little bit. Of course, knocking out some bosses so that way I can get some more of my awakening materials. Trying to get as much of my characters to A4 as possible.
Trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Not exactly. I've been doing this for a couple of years. I just haven't quite taken the time to expand it, mostly due to my work, the jobs I've worked. I haven't had much time to actually broaden my streaming or improve it any. So it's a little bit archaic by standards at this point. Why do you ask?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
I streamed Genshin and Warframe, but unfortunately my Xbox One took a dump, and I don't have the means to replace it yet. So I'm waiting for the cross-save function for Warframe to kick in, which they started with the founders first to test drive that feature, and then once us other players can start doing it, I'm gonna be probably doing it while on my PlayStation until I replace my Xbox. I also do stream sometimes Dungeons & Defenders 2. I haven't done that in about a few months though.
I'm always ready.
But generally, I like to stream whatever game whatever game I'm playing. It just so happens to be that Genshin and Warframe are the two I tend to work on the most because they're grind heavy. Sometime maybe, but not in the near future. I can promise you that much. First, I have to get myself a better place. I have to move myself into a better place that has better internet access than where I currently live.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
And that is, as most people, or at least most of the youngest of the millennials and Zoomers have come to understand at this point, it's a bit of a hassle trying to get a place. Period. God bless the housing market crash of 2008 and oh yeah, the bailing out of the banks and stuff. Yeah, sure. Give me a moment here. Let me find my.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
I really should start writing this down because you're about I think the third or fourth person now that has asked me for that information. And it would be good to know at least some. I'm guessing since you're asking me about that, I'm guessing you do UIs and models, rigging and stuff like that for for Twitch streamers. It's my guess if you that's why you're asking me for. All right.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
All right. Yeah, give me just a sec. Okay. Okay, I got the info. Let me put it on the... Where's it? There's the app. Alright, let me put it in the...
It's hard
There's
to
the
remain on
manager.
dry land for so long. Never quite
Alright.
seem to get my
Let me
land
put it
legs
down
back.
here. Okay, hopefully I hit underscore. Alright, there. Nope.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Alright. Alright, that should be it right there. Alright, almost done here, folks. Finishing, almost finished unpacking. 3/4 of the way. Or maybe 7/10 of the way? No, that's less than 3/4. Okay, maybe 8/10 of the way there. Alright. Good thing I have everything I had to work on close at hand here.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
I mean, I never worked in an office, but I swear you would think by my proficiency I have worked in a cubicle or something. Never did, folks. It's just that my one of my jobs as a line cook, I could tell people I was a chef,
It's hard to
which is
remain
not
on
too
dry
far
land
off
for
the
so
off the
long.
truth. I'm not a cordon bleu
Seem to get my land legs back.
5-star fancy chef, but a line cook is still technically a chef because we do cook food. We just don't make it super fancy at times. Anyways, but yeah, I was a line cook at a family diner for
If you ever want to trade tactics,
12
I'm
years or
always
so.
ready.
So I'm used to I tell you, the very narrow space I had, you could barely fit 2 adult men, shoulder to shoulder, from counter to the grill on the behind the counter. That's how much space I had to work with. So I had to learn how to get used to working in tight spaces. No such thing as personal bubbles. Personal boundaries were non-existent. Hope you enjoyed being touched. But it was a good experience for me, actually, folks. I mean, I learned how to do... I mean, to use the phrase multitasking would probably be the accurate way to say it. Oh, thank you there, Andrew. You have a good day too, my good sir.
If you ever want to
Or-
trade tactics, I'm always ready.
I'm gonna guess, sir. I mean, I've known girls to have been named boy names before. I mean, I've come across a couple in my lifetime. Actually, more than a couple, but that's it. But yeah, you have a good day as well. And good luck to your business ventures as well. See, that's what we call entrepreneurship right there, folks. And of course, usually some people would retort, "That's being a capitalist." No, that's being an entrepreneur. The two intersect on a Venn diagram, but they are not exactly the same, folks. And this is why most Americans
If you
don't
ever want to
exactly
trade
pass
tactics,
economic
I'm always
class.
ready.
They have a hard time differentiating this stuff. Alright, give me a moment. I'm almost done. I got this last thing here, folks, and then I will be going ahead and smashing some boss, getting some mats, and hopefully, after doing all of that, well, definitely, hopefully, after all that, I will probably get back to the main quest, I think, unless there's a... Yeah, I still technically have an event to do, don't I? Okay, there. Let me see. Well, of course, knock the ley lines out. I forgot that I gotta do that first. I could probably do that at the end of the day, because this is really not too much of a hassle. See, I gotta knock this out. because I need those Primo gems. I'm trying to save up just a little bit. Hopefully, and I do say hopefully, because let's see
It's
here.
hard to remain on dry land for so long. Never quite seem to get my land legs back.
Because let's see here. I got, so basically, let's see, not today. Let's see, today, tomorrow's Monday, and that knocks it down to 1 day and 5 hours. Tuesday, so yeah. Wednesday is when the next patch for Genshin Impact comes out, and the new 5-star character,
If you ever
Navia,
wanna trade tactics,
probably the last
I'm always
5-star
ready.
character I'm going to go for a long while, but she's one I've been wanting to get. And if you haven't, keep up yourself up to speed on all the characters for the game. She's going to be another 5-star Claymore Geo. Another 5-star Geo Claymore user. And now I got one already. Let's see here. The one and only Ito. This guy. He uses a Claymore. And yeah, she's kind of like him in that regard. She's got this. But while he's designed specifically to work with, I want to say in a triple Geo team at the very minimum. Or at least a double, at least you have to have 2 Geos users with him. He's meant to be like in a very, very niche, tight and narrow team build composition. Not to say you can't use them in different compositions, because I have, and he still works wonderfully in those. But to get them, but to do that, you would have to actually use a different setup that I have for him, just because part of his kit scales off of his defense. Well, I wouldn't say his kit, his passives help cause part of his stuff to scale off his defense. I'm trying to remember which one it is. Well, of course, this right here. Yeah, this right here. He gets a boost. I mean, he gets an extra boost based on his defense. So yeah, there's a double dip there for that. I think, right? Especially if you have white blind, which I do. But that one's on my one and only. The girl that has always that holds a special place in my heart, Noelle. She was my first healer. One of the first characters I got from my at the start of the game, and she has always been phenomenal. Always will be phenomenal. Well, not to say that any of these characters would never have been or ever will be non-phenomenal, but the point being is, she's been there for me. So yeah, for the longest time she was my only hero until they offered Barbara for. I mean, I wasn't actually around. I think I got. Yeah, I didn't finish the final part of the prologue until I think it was after they offered her as a free unit for completing the Archon quest. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I already finished it by then, actually. Yeah, I did. So I never actually got her. So actually, when I got Barbara, I didn't get her until until I actually did my first banner roll, my first banner, and that was. See, the first banner I did with Primo Gems was not Primo Gems. Intertwined Fate was I think it was when I tried rolling for Zhongli. I think. It was him or someone else. Well, maybe I did get her. Not. Actually, it's been so long since I had her. I mean, I've had Barbara not since the very beginning, because I started this game. I think it was right after the first patch. Yeah, it was after the first patch when I got. So it was right after the Wind Ode balloon. The Wind Ode. I mean, the first event. That came with a free 4-star bow that I never got, unfortunately. That was considered good to have on Venti at the time. And, well, technically also Amber as well. Damn it, I'm going off on all kinds of tangents now, folks. But yeah, I've had Noah for a long time. She was my healer. And every now and then I always make sure I give all my the characters I got a spin. I don't just let them collect dust. That would just be rude. And essentially waste of money, honestly. But yeah, so this is the one out of 2. I mean, he's the only 5-star Geo Claymore. He's not the only Geo Claymore though, but the only 5-star one. Navia, the next one coming in, she operates just a tad bit differently than hers. Oh yeah, let's see what else. No, that's not. Yeah, this right here. You see this right here? Also means his. So the one thing that only scares off his defense is actually basically his burst, and that just only makes your attack. Well, this causes your charge attack to also gain additional damage based on your defense. So yeah. So all that just to up your basically your normal attacks and charge attacks. That's all that is. And I'm thinking this off. No, I know some of this stuff right here also helps up that further. So basically, most of his stuff that scales with defense just pretty much straight up only buffs his basically his charge attack damage. If you really want to oversimplify it, that's just not, I'm not joking, folks. That is the oversimplification of it all. See, charge attacks right there. All of it is just to buff up his charge attacks, which to me is awesome. But yeah, like I said, so because of that, you tend to have to you kind of have to sometimes stick him with Goro, so he gets that defense buff. I mean, you don't have to add any more after that, but the general team, I think I even have it on my maybe my party lineups here. Probably not. No, I don't. Okay, but normally the party I tend to run with him is because it's a Goro, him, and Albedo. And more often than not, also, but of course, always with at least one healer who has an off-field elemental application. In the case of Arataki, I usually tend to use more often than not, I tend to use Koki Shinobu because her elemental skill, after you get, I think she also requires a constellations for that extra something she gets with her elemental skill. I can't remember for sure. I'm gonna pull her up here real quick. Yeah, it's definitely Constellation 4 right here. Yeah, that's right here. Once you get there to Constellation, to C4 Constellation, her 4th Constellation, that's when she has that nice little extra additive to her elemental skill. Her elemental skill already applies already applies an elemental aura to your, or applies an element to the enemy. Elemental aura to an enemy upon damaging them, because it's an off-field damage type of pulse. Ring that pulse around, I can't remember how many seconds, every so often per second. But with that, it allows me to actually generate nice crystallized shards. But it gets more of even allows me to do more applications for it with the extra marking that you get from them being hit by the ring. If you folks have been keeping up, been watching all my streams, you probably have seen this happen quite a few times before. It's nice. Alright, now speaking of it's nice. Alright, I gotta go this way. Eventually I'm gonna have to... depending on how that... Yeah, I got maybe a couple hours before my eye fatigue starts. Or not so much the eye fatigue, it's the dryness of the air in here is so bad that eventually it's gonna get to the point where my contact lenses are gonna be completely dried out and I'm gonna be having blurred vision. Probably should have done that when I actually did the pause on broadcast. Oh, well. Crap, I did not mean to wake up the... Whoops. And that's where I did myself the big silly, folks. I gotta love doing that stuff. I tell you, folks, sometimes more often than not, I end up shooting myself in the foot, and more often than not, for some reason, I end up laughing at myself while doing it, even when it hurts like the dickens. for the men in my audience, you understand what I mean when you sometimes accidentally just cup check yourself, and you know it hurts like hell, and you're writhing in pain, but at the same time you realize the absurdity of how that happened, and it just causes that that cognitive dissonance of sorts, and then you've just burst out laughing while still crying in pain. Or if women, if you have done something similar to yourself in when you've done that to give yourself an accidental bean flick, or melon squash, that kind of stuff.
Cold
Okay, there. See, I help relate. There we are.
Nothing like
Now I remember the word that I was supposed to say to my dad earlier about when we was talking about my history teachers, to my world history teacher. Not the same teacher I had for American history, but still, just as effective as that one was. Anyways. Alright. Now then, let's go ahead and... I could... I could bring out where you at? I could bring out you, but you're kind of a hassle to do sometimes, especially for a fight like this. Where is my favorite outrider at? Where is she at? There she is. And we're reporting for duty, baby.
Me.
That just looks too precious right there, folks. But anyways, let's go ahead and... you, I guess? I technically could use you, I mean... But she's a one and done in that department, so... Cool, I guess.
Let's go get ourselves some answers.
Where's my one healing archer at? Here you are. Shaken and stirred.
Need my help as usual?
Yes, I do.
I'll lead the way.
Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and start off with the good part. Ooh.
Hey! Get him!
Ah, how'd I miss that? Melted. Alright, cool. That was unusual. Hey, it happened, I guess.
Can't see?
Alright.
Not so
Make it
hard.
nice and burning. Ow.
Get him!
That's right, give me that
You can't
energy.
keep up with me. Hey, go Baron Bunny!
That's right, folks. Baron Bunny to the rescue, as always. Okay, whoa. That did happen, unfortunately. Ow. Wait, did I hit you? I didn't hit you in the right spot, I guess. Boom. Okay, I could have sworn I hit him right in the soft spot. Apparently I did not. Yeah, now what, pal? Now what? Vaporize that bad boy. Ow. Alright, not. Wait, how did that not hit you?
Let's nip that in the bud.
Diana special! Think you can bully me? Go, Baron Buddy! Let it rain!
Oh, I missed. How did I miss that? I can't believe I missed, folks. Oh well, it happens, I guess.
Gotcha.
To the best of us. No, we're not having that today. None of that today, mister.
Get him! That's cheating!
And delete it. Takes longer, though. Sometimes. And of course, many of you probably wonder why is it that I'm using the famous the famous Amos bow on my Amber. Because the way Ganyu is currently right now, being at the ascension rank she is, I don't necessarily need her to have her far off range to actually. She does better damage while she's inside her little disco ball of doom. And unfortunately, that disco ball of doom, as wide as its range is still not exactly that wide to make the most out of Amos bow's passive. However, Amber is a different story. She does the whole keep away, regardless of if you get her ascension 4 or not. Oh, okay, now we go to the next area. Alright, so how many did I get? Oops, I did not check, did I? Okay, so I got 4 more to get. That means I need to go to Zuma. And I need to go to the Rift Town to do the thing I need to do, I think. 14. Wait, how many did I need for that? That's another thing I forgot. This will make it quicker. Okay, so I got the 12 I need for that. Yeah, I thought so. I need to get 2 more. Okay. No big deal. Let's go. Okay, first off, I need to do the Watatsumi Island thing. Wait, if I only need just one more, if I don't need to do that boss one more time, then why would I bother?
Hey!
Enshroud!
Alright, vaporize that, pal. Yeah, you're not getting me.
Quietly now.
Think you can bully me?
Frozen in time. Alright.
Get him! Go, go, Baron Bunny! Scratch that!
Dang it. Not exactly what I was hoping to pull off.
Busted.
Ha! Alright.
Think you can bully me?
I really don't want to use my burst.
Can't handle
But
your
here.
drink. Huh.
And she wouldn't be good with the famous bow either. Now then, I got that done and out of the way. Dude, I totally wasted that perfectly good cold brew. Well, Cracker Jacks. Anyways, alright, let's see if I can grab myself some electros here. One natural,
Our
of course.
mission begins.
Where is... Ah, there you
Come
are.
on, let's go. There's a fortune to be made.
There's a but not right now. Alright, should I? Yeah, I could probably put 2 Dendro on here.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Well, I feel honored there, Nahida. I feel honored.
All expenses paid travel? Count me in.
Whatever girl wants to hear. All expenses paid travel. No, I have not. Alright, let's go to dear viewers. Oh, right into the water. Not exactly where I was hoping to aim that, but hey, at least it saved me some need to heal myself again, I guess.
Make yourselves a move. Commit it to memory.
Wow, got hyper beam going on that one.
This might hurt a little.
Alright, give it a moment.
The Temple of Wisdom.
I don't think so. Nope. Yeah, it's because of my broadcast connection is gone a little bit on the shoddy side for the moment. Sorry about that. It's due to the weather.
Let's sweeten the deal.
Sometimes they'll go out.
Through me,
Unfortunately.
justice is served.
Well, that was a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be.
Stand condemned.
Those go a lot quicker too. Yeah, so Electro doesn't exactly quite cause it to go out quickly, but definitely Dendro does. Dendro and Cryo, 100% will kill those droplets quickly. Alright, well then, let's see here. To the Rift Hounds, the Rift Hounds, the Rift Hounds, the Rift Hounds. One of my least favorite bosses to actually do. Oof. Yeah, and if you're wondering how long it will be before the video kick back in, I honestly couldn't tell you. Sometimes it's out for maybe like 5 minutes, sometimes 10 minutes. It's just weather. Yes, I do. I watch anime, live action shows, and no, not the live action adaptations of animes, except for Cowboy Bebop and One Piece were actually pretty good for live action adaptations. But other than that, like other shows, even American shows, I even watch regular cartoons too. That's not much I don't watch. One exception: reality shows. Do not watch those. What anime enthusiast hasn't watched Dragon Ball? It's considered an essential, practically. I mean, it's not exactly my go-to either. I mean, there are plenty that were around at the same time that was by far better. I mean, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure surprisingly was, in my opinion. Didn't have nowhere near the global widespread as Dragon Ball did, but still. Alright, now I gotta set up my party before I try to engage this. Because this particular boss is a bit of a handful sometimes. Alright, in that case, yeah, she does not work as well as I thought she would for this particular lineup, so we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna need another here. If you're gonna ask me which one is the first I ever watched, let's see here. It was when my dad came back from his first time being stationed in Japan. The first one I ever watched was some VHS recording he did while he was there of Astro Boy. That was my first anime I've ever watched, honestly. I think I was around 3 or 4 at the time. Even by then, that one was particularly about, I'd say, 20-something years old at that point. That gives you, if that is an indication of how old I am. Alright, let's see here. You then? Well, you're not exactly. You don't have on-demand healing. You do, and you do indeed do geo damage. So let's put you in there. I usually prefer my healers on-demand healing, if anything else. Let me see, is there no way I can use that's a healer? Other than, well, don't crystallize with Dendro though. That's the part that sucks. Could crystallize with her, but I'd have to make a lot of choices. I do so on my work days for the most part, and when I come home from work, I'll just pop that in because I don't have much time between the time I get home until the time I go to sleep to eat. So I usually do my dinner and anime then, and then on my days off I watch it well after I've got everything else I need to get done for the day done, and after I've done pretty much all the gaming I wanted to do for that day. Alright, she kind of works. Actually, she will work.
I have high hopes for this journey.
Alright, this might be a little bit suicidal to use Farina in this team composition against the Golden Wolf Lord.
Don't waste
Considering
my time.
I'll be constantly losing HP, hit points left, right, and center. Health is essential for this fight. Ow, see? Just a friendly tag and he already just got me bleeding. I'll be streaming until at least 2 today. Tomorrow I will be streaming, if I'm right, at as early as 7 o'clock in the morning. So you can come back then if you need to. Oh crap. And this is the part that's gonna hurt like the dickens. Run! 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 Alright, there we are.
Give up.
There, and then that would get all that shot. Wait, what? Why did it get? It didn't go anywhere. That is hella weird. Those things homing on the enemy, and those didn't. Those pellets did not go for him this time at all. I'm rather disappointed.
It's nothing.
There, that way I could block some shots out of that deal.
I'll remember that.
There we are. That's right. Get it, son.
Give up.
Coming to be. Moments of birth.
Time to shine.
Oh yes, time to shine indeed.
Covenant of the Deep.
Don't think for a second you're getting out of this alive, pal. I think I finally got my team composition I needed to take your sorry punk ass out. Alright, so hopefully you caught that amongst the audio part. So yeah, like I said, I'll be pretty much broadcasting until 2 today, and then tomorrow's 7 until noon, so 7 till 12. Tuesday will be 7 o'clock again, and it'll just end whenever I feel like ending it. Alright, so how much do I have left? I think I still got 8 more to get before I can finish Eugene, right? Or, wait, I'm gonna check. I think I already did, I think I already topped off Arataki Ito at 4-star. Or at A4, at E4. Oh, hi, Savannah. How you doing, little girl? What you doing, girl? You just chilling right there? What, do you need to show up here with me? No? Okay. Nice talk. Nice talk, kid. Nice talk. Alright, yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I can ascend him once I get the materials necessary. Oh yeah, she's already A4. Okay, never mind. She's the one I sent it to A4 because I had planted the flowers. Alright, and what was her talent again? It's for Ascension 4. She's got the big damage boost to normal attacks based on how many different elements you got in your party. Which is the party I got her in. It has one of each different element, so because remember it counts her as one element, so if you have like three other party members that are different elements and not matching elements, it'll boost it up that much more for her, for the damage boost that you'll get from her her burst. You my baby girl, right? You want up here? Is that what you want? I come here. Right? Do you need to go outside? Is that it? Outside? Potty? No? Yes? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know with this dog, folks. Don't know. She's not very good at communicating, unfortunately. She never was. Alright, where'd you go, girl? Come to me! Well, first off, actually, let me do... Where did I put it at? Right there. I forgot one more thing I gotta unpack here. Oh, and I might want to leave that area before it respawns and then decides to clower me into the next millennium. Alright, let's get just right next to that for real quick.
Rain conceals the sound of our arrival. It is also a test of stamina.
It's not a test of stamina too much. I mean, it's a test of willpower, if anything else. I mean, how many people you know are willing to actually get drenched in rain? Even during the hot, warm weathers, they're not willing to do that. Wusses.
Yaya Publishing House has released numerous works that lay out
mean, maybe it's
military
just because I run-
strategy in a simple and pragmatic way.
Maybe it's
Those are my
because,
favorite.
unfortunately, maybe it's probably because I'm used to. Maybe it's because my body runs at a higher temperature than the average person. I tend to prefer to actually be in cold rain all the time, more often than not, because it helps keep my body cool and keeps me from not collapsing or vomiting. So yeah, fun times for that, folks. Fun times for that. Alright, come on.
Respect must be given to the will of every creature.
Wait, that,
Each fish in the ocean
did I
swims in its
take that
own
out of the other
direction.
one box? Let me check. Oh, well, zap my butt. Well, I'm not looking. You bastard! Oh my god, they killed Kenny! You bastards! Heh, I wish, folks, I wish. Come on, come on. This is not coming undone. There. Thank you. There we are. Alright, that part can be torn out. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. Oh, don't be such a pain in my knickers now. Wedged in there. Wedged in there something fierce, I tell you that. Alright, now then.
Yaya Publishing House has released numerous works that lay out military strategy in a simple and
Oh, my back.
pragmatic way.
Oof.
Those are my favorite.
I swear I sound like an old man, folks. Old man syndrome! Old man syndrome. If you could call it that. Give me a moment just to sort shit out. Hey, Pops.
To survive hardship, you must prepare for hardship.
Why, yes, this is true. Huh? Why, what'd you have in mind for cooking? You want me to put them, put them, in for soaking for you? You want me to soak them for you? You sure? I don't mind. Alright, then. Okay, we're done with that now. Let's get back to the game. Oh, water. Never forget to hydrate ever so often, folks. Oh, and I forgot my snacky poos, too. Alright. What am I snacking on? Oh, Cracker Jacks!
Yaya publishing house has released numerous works that lay out military strategy in a simple and pragmatic way. Those are my favorite.
Alright. Feel like an old man sometimes. Woo-hoo. I don't know. Sometimes I am an old man.
To survive hardship, you must prepare for hardship.
Yeah, I'll worry about that later when I actually just get to getting off the broadcasting part. Alright, where's that book at? I said I got something to talk about, and I am going to talk about, because I've been for that conversation earlier. Maybe I completely forgot the whole point of why things I want to talk about for today, folks. Alright, where is it? Here it is, the handy dandy notebook. Alright, because this is going to be a lengthy discussion, folks. Alright. Let's see if I can even keep it open, and I can't because the pages don't want to stay open. It's not a ring binder, so I mean, it doesn't have a ring binding back, so that tells you it's one of those regular old style notebooks. That's like a book, actually. It's actually a book for notes. Shocker, I know. Alright, folks, so here's the kicker. Alright, what the hell am I doing? Oh, yes.
Respect must be given to the will of every creature. Each fish in the ocean swims in its own direction.
Yes, they do. Unless they're in a school, then they tend to swim in the same direction. Going all in the same direction. Same direction! God, I had to think of that song by Who Stink. I haven't heard that in a long time, folks. Alright, okay, I got plenty of time for it. Alright, so, let's see here. Is there any other bosses? Oh yeah, I need to do one or two in Fontaine. Naturally. Naturally. So the healer's name, the priest's name is Naturally. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I don't need to do that. I do need to farm this one though.
Such
Alright.
fortunate weather. Care for a walk?
Oh, actually, this would be the good time to showcase that party I was talking about, the formation I was talking about, folks. All right. In case for those who have never got to see me use it. All right. First, we bring in Goro, Nobu, but that's how it's traditionally done in the Orient, folks. Family name first, family clan name first. Personal name second. That's always how it's done. And surprisingly enough, Genshin, the MiHoYo kept that tradition alive here as well. See, right here, Kamisato Ayaka. And where's her fantabulous brother over here? Kamisato Ayato. See, Kamisato Ayato. See, Kamisato first. Okay, now that I've done enough of that explanation for you folks. For those who don't know, aren't familiar with Oriental naming tradition. Let's see here where we go to now. I got Shinobu, Goro. I knew I was missing someone from it. Here we are.
Step aside.
Ito Arataki, and finally
Let's
Albedo.
investigate this further.
Oh, speaking of names, folks. So, Beto actually means from white in Latin. Hilariously enough, from or of white in Latin. Fun factoid. Just like this fun little factoid to talk about Well, I did say that I was going to talk about it eventually, folks. So let's see if I can do it while get my sorry butt stomped by this boss here, if I can find it. Is it the boss here, or is it over this way? It's the best I got for a moment, folks. I got nothing else better to work with. Sadly. So you're just going to have to wait until the visuals come back, and that means I'm going to have to wait on showcasing this particular setup then. In the meantime, I might as well go ahead and do the next boss I originally needed to do. Teleport! Alright. Now, do I use a bloom team with this fool, or can I use an electro team? You know, I am having a hard time figuring out what I want to use in this time. It's very rare for me to have that, folks. Alright, I guess we can go with you.
I'll keep an eye on you.
You won't be doing much damage even with, if...
Don't fear, Yo-Yo's here.
Never fear, Yao-Yo's here. That's right, she is here always for us, folks. Always for us. I mean, I shouldn't put her on this time. Yeah, we'll bring in Chi-Chi instead. Because she tends to be busted with this nonsense anyway, so there's that. Is there someone else with electro persuasion I would use in here? Probably. Let's see if I can find it. It would probably be easier if I just use the filter. Alright, use you plenty times, pal. Now that I think about it. Actually, no, I haven't used you this once. For this one in particular. Ah, yes, we got the area.
Since you asked so nicely.
No, that'd be a terrible idea for that. I guess I'll bring in Charlotte this time.
What's the news?
It's not normally what I do, but hey, having 2 healers would be fantastic when you think about it, folks.
Come a little closer.
Oh, he...
Say cheese!
Yeah, I figured it didn't do as much with that. Yeah, use Dendro or Cryo to take care of him.
Emerge, right now, right here. A sight to behold. Right now, right here.
Right now. Let's spark things up a little. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Chip damage that bad boy.
Smile!
Come a little closer. Don't be such a brute.
Oh dang, she really is getting clobbered. Hardcore, isn't she? Alright,
Sacred name.
come here.
Fortune preserver. Emerge, right here.
You?
Say cheese! Oh, my camera!
Ow. Wow, he really does.
Documented.
How did you manage to keep on hitting me with... Alright, well.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
I guess you just can't get close to this fool. When he's swinging wildly like that, clearly.
Prize.
I didn't say you could leave, pal.
Right now. Emerge. I'm always watching. Right here. Right now.
Alright.
Hold that pose! Oh, my camera!
Okay, that's just a little too much sometimes.
Wheel of life.
Okay. It was a little difficult, but I think I could have gotten it down better. Three more and I will have enough to ascend my Farina to A4. Cool. Alright, I guess I could just port myself over here, set up that party, and then get... And I can wait for the connection to get better for the to showcase the group I was talking about, folks.
Wait for my signal.
Prepare to move out. Step aside. Ito's back in town. Understood.
Alright, in the meantime, while I'm waiting... Snack time? I'm gonna munch a little bit.
Going out into the world and investigating, turning the unknown into the known. I miss this feeling. What a view. How about a quick break so I can sketch this beautiful scenery? The truth of this world. What could it be? Going out into the world and investigating, turning the unknown into the known. I miss this feeling. The truth of this world. What could it be? Going out into the world and investigating, turning the unknown into the known. I miss this feeling. The truth of this world. What could it be? Going out into the world and investigating, turning the unknown into the known. I miss this feeling. What a view. How about a quick break so I can sketch this beautiful scenery? The truth of this world. What could it be?
Folks, looks like that thing's done, so let's go ahead. Looks like the signal has come back to almost full strength, so now I can showcase this awesomeness to you. I better get my butt there fast enough though, otherwise I might miss this chance. Alright.
I'll settle this. Our bond is strong.
Rally!
Oni coming through, that's right. And this is basically how you play this team, folks.
Attaboy!
Alright.
Advance! Let's roll!
That's right, let's roll, baby. Now I got you there.
Burst forth! Pull in! Press the advantage! Witness my great undertaking.
Out of my way! This
Who wants some of this?
Clobbering time! And it basically just chips away the health, little by little, inch by inch. Tearing down the walls, baby. Ow, that definitely hurt, just a little bit.
Come into being. Charge! Moment of birth.
Damn it, I accidentally did plant the flower too close.
Bam! Advance! It's showtime!
That shield still holds, buddy. Yeah. And demolished. That's basically how that playstyle works, folks. It's basically Unga Bunga for the most part. With Arataki, I mean, with Ito being basically your captain, caveman, with no sun. God, I love that. Flintstones kids. Good grief. Alright, alright, now let me go ahead and get myself out of danger for the moment. Refill everyone up to the brim, I guess. But yeah, that's basically how that playstyle rolls. Is basically you use Kuki to apply an Amatora, Goro to plant the defense boost and produce a shard. Pick that shard up, and then you hit bring in Albedo into the mix. Plant his fire just a bit of a ways away from the boss, and then hopefully the ring hasn't disappeared yet, and if it hasn't, switch to Goro. If it has, switch to Shinobu. Rinse and repeat, kind of, more or less. Rinse and repeat. Get those two abilities applied again, and then switch back to Ito to do the big the big stick beat in the face approach. How much do I have left for my... Yeah, alright. Let's let it recharge a bit. Let's go ahead and knock out the fungi stuff. Or I could just knock out the ley line overflow. Nah, I'll do that a little bit later. Actually, now would be a good idea for me to actually take out my contacts. Now I really think about it, folks. It's really starting to dry out. Alright, be right back. She goes nowhere. But first things first, I gotta pause. No. There we are. Alright, there we are, folks. I got my contacts out now to put my spectacles on. Not that I can't see the TV, but this will help make it a lot easier to read the small words and all that stuff. Okay, so who's ready? Alright. Now to get this particular event knocked out of the way. Oh no, that's not what I meant to grab. This is what I meant to grab. Where you at? I gotta really learn how these bad boys work. Doesn't defend though if it's a damage dealer and not a tank, so to speak. Alright, so what's this fungus do? That's some healing, so there's at least that. So it's a healer, damage dealer hybrid. Alright. There's a buffer right here. Huh. Fried tofu with all the frills. What? It's been a year since that competition happened, so I can't remember who the fried tofu was. Ah, well, pity. Hmm. 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 Yeah, this is gonna be hard to figure out, folks. Oh, so I was playing this fungus wrong. Okay, that tells me everything I need to know. Huh. Alright. Hmm. Hmm. Alright. Let's go. Go to challenge. Oh, I'm not too far from where it's at, too. Cool. I think I came to the right place at the right time, folks. That's what we call lucky. Because coincidentally, I totally forgot where the heck the dang
Ad
mushroom...
Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Alright, so all you folks here, you get around, stay a while, listen then. Because guess what? I got some lots to say. Well, it depends. I could probably get this condensed maybe in about 10-20 minutes, I think. I mean, depending on how much I want to talk about each bullet point, it's going to be a long damn time. It could be either a long time or a very short time. I'm not quite sure. Hopefully, I'll have enough time to... Wait, where did I put it at? Oh, there's the water. I was going to say, where's my H2O, Betty? Alright. Alright, I'll get to it as soon as I get done knocking this out. First things first, let's put it back on there. Yeah. I'll give it all before I can recuperate those. Alright. The number Oni Ito. Alright, let's get to it. Alright, folks. Now I remember who the fried tofu was. Yeah, Miko in disguise. There it is. Now I remember, folks. I thought it was gonna hurt. Alright, let's go parse up then. Alright, Yep, there we are. Start. Round 1. Fight! Alright. Now I guess we can get started on this fun part, folks. Okay, so I know some of you may have been asking what my thoughts are on as far as the whole Israel thing, folks, and I gotta tell you, that's a long and short of it is, I'm in agreement with a lot of people at the whole concept of wanting a ceasefire. However, I'm gonna flat tell you, folks, it's not as simple. I mean, the end result should be simple. However, unfortunately, the route to get there is not gonna be so simple. It is exceptionally complex, and that unfortunately has a lot to do with. Well, let me actually first get started on kicking some butt here. But well, munch my thing. Let me first munch on this, and then we'll continue on why. Actually, I watched it here yesterday. Let me make sure I. Just give me my history list here. Give me a moment, folks. There's something in my YouTube history I had to look up real quick. Well, can't say it's real quick because I know it's going to take me a moment to scroll down to it. I'm seeing it yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. I mean, don't worry, folks. It's pertinent to the subject matter at hand. I just need to find it. Fortunately, my speakers I have commissioned, so I'm not going to bother. What I will tell you is... nope, that's further back than that. Although... I need to pop these up a little bit to my... or bump it up to my front of my list here a little bit. I'm just going to take a moment. Alright, that's what that was. Okay, yeah. That doesn't really... Citizen Kane was an excellent movie. And was quite revolutionary for its time. Let's see, the movie was made in 1942? If I'm right? I think it was 1942. So yeah, we were just only basically roughly a year into our, into the... we might have been roughly somewhere between a month or two, if not already a year into of our entry into World War II. Although the first part of our entry into World War II, for the most part, was the Pacific Theater itself only, folks. So, and then we then added our help into pushing as much as we could into Africa. Liberating all the French colonies at the time, so that way Hitler wouldn't have that extra protection from the south, from an invasion from the south. which came in handy later when it came to deposing Mussolini. Unfortunately, thankfully, it never got to the point where that had to be the only way we could push into Germany like it was in World War II. Or not World War II. Sorry, World War One. But no, that's not what I'm looking for, though. Alright, let's see here. I know, there's a tangent, folks, but hold on a sec. Get myself there. It should be somewhere down this damn list. Okay, so it's all the way from, what, Friday when I saw that thing? Probably. Either Friday or... Nope, probably was Thursday when I watched that clip, a video clip. Of course, calling it a video clip would be an understatement. And I kind of happened upon it by sheer accident. I'm not even going to lie to you folks about that one. Oops. Crap, I actually... Now I gotta scroll down all over again. I actually hit the back arrow and that's not what I wanted to do. And now it refreshes itself, so I have to start from the beginning and we'll scroll all the way down. It is such a hassle. That's not it. No. Was it Thursday? I was pretty sure I looked at it Thursday. Stay right there. Nope. Okay, it's not those. Wow, how long is it? Okay, here it is. Here it is. I was wondering how long it would take me to get it. It was pretty far down the history list, folks. Much more long it is. It's something I'll explain about a little bit later. For right now, just wait, what's the rabbi's name though? Oh yeah. Okay, that's it. Okay, so now I have the pertinent information necessary. All right. Okay, let's see what we've got going on here. Alien scout, deal damage. Will appear on the field shown there to be attacked when the scout is going to be used against. Alright. Okay, yeah, that was a little bit slower than I want it to be. Nope, move back. You move back as well. Alright. Ooh, that was close. Ah, I forgot. Didn't I pay attention to that? Oh, there's one, maybe. There, I lost two. Dang. Okay, I did not, oh, well, I surprisingly did a lot better than I thought. Whew. Okay. So where's that? Oh, right. But speaking of World War II, we're gonna have to go further back than that for what we're gonna be talking about. Now, what I'm gonna be talking about happens to be, what's this right here? Hmm. Hmm. Looks like things are gonna get interesting, folks. Hmm. 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 I knew that they wasn't gonna eat the fungi. I mean, soft, bouncy, squishy. What does that sound like to you folks? Come on, let your minds wander. I don't know. My skills so far have indicated that I'm gonna get beat real bad here, folks. Hmm. Alright. Let's do this then. Humny hum hum hum. Crap. I did the big boo boo, folks. Let's go for it. See what happens. Alright, get ready for it. Die bomb! do 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 do. And dive bomb. There we are. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That was good. That's what we call good works right there. Good works, folks. Good works. Alright, okay. Oh, crap. I've been neglecting what I was talking about, haven't I? Mm-hmm. It's a long ways from Sumeru. Oh. I know she's from Inazuma. Soka sounds more like a Inazuma name, so, yeah. Yep, we can make new memories together. Yeah, her gap though, fantastic. Yeah, always have fun, folks. Anyways. Let's get my price up. I'll stick with you. Where's this one buff again? I'm not gonna need it that much, that badly. Okay. Alright. You. And I think... oh, he's gonna need that one, definitely. Let's start. Alright, let's do it. Ooh, I think I kind of goofed on that one a little bit, folks. Alright, let's get to it. Bam! That's gonna hurt. There. Alright. And dive bomb away! Kaboom! Look at that. That was massively done. I didn't lose a single party member. Word. Alright, let's go with, I think I can go with that. That. And probably that. Let's see how well this works, folks. And then we'll get to the talking. Thank you very much. Pew 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 pew. I just had to do it, folks. Come on, man. It was just there. How could I not? It's just I can't resist. Resistance. It's futile. There we are. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and claim everything I need. Look at that. All cleaned out. Got all the rewards from this. Yeah! Alright. Let's see what's left of this. What time is it right now? Well, not quite time, but soon it'll be lunchtime. The jazz beat right there. More or less blues. Sorry, when I get reading, I kind of stop jabber-jawing so much, folks. I don't think there's enough stages as well. That's a word I haven't seen used in a long time. Shan't. For those who are not familiar with their English, shan't is a contraction of shall not. So, yeah. It would be a good contact address. Okay, I was right. She is in zoom in. Tanned, but in zoom in nonetheless. I'm already attained max possible constellations for both of them, so 68, wow. Ooh, that's a lot. Yeah, in case you guys, folks are wondering, I'm gonna just hoard this up until I get like 200 of them, which is probably a long way off, but still, once I get 200, then I'll start doing the standard banners, so that way I can see what I get from that. Hopefully I'll get some of those stuff from that I don't have. Oh, that's 16, so that makes it 19? Okay. A little more Primogens, and I'll have 20 right there, Vendor 20 Fate. That'd be nice. No, wouldn't it? Oh, wait, I could, Stargler, I could buy one. That'll give me the 20, that'll put me at the 4. Actually, I think I am at, well, let's do it then. There. There, I'm at 20 now. Now all I gotta do is wait until Navia's ready to be, it goes live. 4.3 goes live, and bam, I'm doing it. Oh, but this right here is 68, yeah. Oh yeah, I do gotta wonder, what does it exactly... The Wanderlust Invocation, which is basically what the standard banner is called. Gotta know what it comes with, because I kind of forgot. Hiccups for real, man. Alright, list of items. That's the one I want to look at. Well, of course, there's a possibility of me getting these five stars here. Oh, of course. Or correction, is it 6? Deluxe 6, 7. Okay, correction 7. Yeah, I see Amos's bow is how I. This is how I got Amos's bow. How I also got the lot with my first, not my second copy, but my first Lost Prayer of the Winds. My first Wolf's Gravestone. My Primordial Jade Winged Spear. I think I got from here as well as my Skyward Spine. And of course, you get all the 4-star stuff, so that's given. Lions or the bell. That's one of these. I don't have much. Don't have as R5 yet. Soon I will once I get enough of it. Now the Aquila Favonia, Skyward Blade, Skyward Pride, and Skyward Atlas, Skyward Harp. So the only Skyward part of the Skyward series I have is the spine itself. That's it. I mean the Aquila Favonia. That's the one I need for Jean. Skyward Blade is something I intend to put on. Either I'm thinking of putting it on. I was thinking of putting it on. Whatchamacallit. Well, not whatchamacallit. What was her name again? Oh yeah, I was intending to put that one on. Chi-Chi, but then when I thought about it for a second time, I thought to myself, nah, I could put that on maybe Kazuha. Maybe. Actually, no, that's a good question. Who would I put it on then? Alright.
Don't
Let's go to Swords.
underestimate the beetle. They can be some of the toughest little guys around. Yes, you can.
Okay, yes, you can.
Want to know what's on this beetle's diet? Sweat and tears, that's what. That's how it gets stronger. I think we can all learn something from that.
You gotta love the loud and bombastic dudes. He's a total frat boy here. Just point that out. Nothing wrong with that, actually. He's the good kind, not the bad kind. I know what you're thinking, folks. Why would I go with Rotation Boy for him instead of the Husk of Opulent Dreams? One crucial fact. In the team setup I got him in, I'm going to be getting Crystallizers all the time, so it's best to use that instead. I mean, of course, I could always put Arcade Petra on him, but nah. The Arcade, he only get the damage bonus, the Geo damage bonus, and the Geo damage bonus will only affect his attacks when he has the Elemental Infusion or the his Elemental Skill. That's it, because his Elemental Burst does no damage whatsoever. It's one of the few ones that actually doesn't, if I remember right. Hold on a tick. Wait a tick. Yeah, this does no damage on its own. Hers does. His does. Yeah, it does damage on cast. It doesn't. His does. Her does. So is hers. Yeah. All of his Elemental Bursts do. His does. His does. Hers does. His does. Okay, so him and Shao are the only two that don't do damage with their Elemental Bursts upon activation, which is kind of a weird thing when I really think about it. Alright, am I right? Yeah. They're more like installs, as a Toho Sniper would say. Wait, does yours cut on cast as well? I can't remember. Oh yeah, his doesn't either, so that's 3 that don't. Oh yeah, hers doesn't either. So that's 4. For hers does. Yep. Hers also does too, if memory serves me. Yeah. Alright, well. Yeah, so yeah, this one doesn't either. That's kind of another install, so that's 5, I think. Let me double check. Ito, Shao, Nahida. feel like I'm forgetting someone there. Oh yeah, Sino. And Dia. Hell, even hers is, and hers is just a buffer of sorts. Oh, I forgot. Does his also? Yeah. His doesn't. Alright. So that's 6. Seven. Doesn't initial on its own. You have to actually be near enemies for it to do anything. So that's Layla, Official, Razors, if I'm right, doesn't either, right? Nope, his does. So 7 I could count off the top of my head. Yeah, this one doesn't either, if I'm right. 8. Nine. Well, you count her. I don't count hers. But yeah, hers doesn't either. So that's 10. Yeah, this doesn't either, so that's 10. Okay, so 10 characters altogether whose bursts don't cause damage upon immediate casting. That's adorable. That's cool. Alright, now then, I guess I've done that. I can probably get back to... Well, I could do this one again. But something tells me I shouldn't be doing so. Alright, folks, so let's get back to the topic at hand. Alright, so, to get back to the topic at hand of what's going on in Gaza, first we gotta take our Wayback Machine dudes and dudettes. The Wayback Machine, that's right. Because I did mention about World War II, but this takes place before that. I want to start with this preface first and foremost. As far as if religion has any part for it, the answer is yes and no. Partly because, as far as the between most often than not, with a lot of communities elsewhere, other countries that have both Jewish and Muslim populations, they tend to get along really, really well. So it has nothing to do with the distinctive, slight offshoots of the two faiths. It's not so much that in terms of their doctrines and stuff like that. But it does have a little bit of something to do with religion, but not in the way you think. So we're going to have to, like I said, take the Wayback Machine, and what I'm going to talk about is mostly just the actual historical context of it, and the real basic foundation of what the issue is. And doing that will help you folks get a context of what I'm talking about. But first, so we gotta take a Right Back machine. I love doing that part from way more. Anyways,
sweet
so
taste of victory. And that's why I've never spent a single more on any of my snacks. I've won them all fair and square.
okay, so
That's right.
around the time of about, well, first off, we could do a little touchstone on a little something. So, for those who aren't familiar with too much of the Middle Eastern history, okay, so at the time of, well, because and now mind you, I'm going to use actual historical facts. I'm not going to bring the Bible, Torah, and Quran into this, especially those three, because historically speaking, there are some things in there that are kind of factual, but most of it is more or less on a faith-based kind of thing. So a lot of the facts have been kind of distorted and filtered through different types of lenses. So we're going to skip that nonsense just for that reason. And the reason for me to get into that would take way more time than, trust me, you folks would have to listen to it on that department. I mean, I got like a whole 2 pages worth of notes that breaks that part down for you. But instead, we'll just go to the skinny bit. So, at least the stuff that historians have been able to prove as concrete fact.
Don't
So,
underestimate the beetle. They can be some of the toughest little guys
right around the
around.
time, if memory serves me right,
Want to know what's on this beetle's diet? Sweat and tears, that's what.
let's
That's
see
how
if I
gets
have it here in my notes.
stronger.
Okay, I forgot to write that
We
down
can
in
all
notes.
learn
Okay.
something from that.
I'm trying to remember what year it was. But I remember it was still roughly in the golden age of the Roman Empire. Now, the Roman Empire, for lack of a better term, actually
Best
spans a
flavor in
lot
the world.
longer
The
prior,
sweet
predates
taste
even
of
the
victory. And that's why I've
crowning
never spent a
of
single more on any of my snacks. I've won 'em all
Octavius
fair and square.
actor. It still was in what most political and historical scholars would say constitutes as an empire. Okay, now we got that preface. Back to the next preface. So, if I'm right, it was during the golden time. So it's right after Augustus, actually. Definitely not Nero. It was before Nero. Crap and stack.
Arataki numero uno ito.
Good thing
here
I
in
always
the
have
flesh.
information at the palm of my hands if I really need to. Because I really wish I wrote it down in my notebook here. Skip my. It kind of slipped my mind to actually write it down for you folks. But
So much quieter outside. Best flavor in the world? The sweet, sweet taste of victory. And that's why I've never spent a single more on any of my snacks. I've won them all fair and square. That's right.
okay, it was Nero. Okay, see, sorry folks. Sometimes it's hard to tell. There's was a lot of Roman emperors between the time of after Augustus's crowning to the last one. I think
Don't
it was
underestimate the beetle.
Justinian.
Some of the toughest little
Probably a little
guys
bit later
around.
after him.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Want to know what's on
Because
this
see,
beetle's diet?
the end of the
Sweat and
Roman
tears,
Empire is
that's
highly
what.
debated
That's how
amongst
it gets
academic
stronger.
circles.
I think we can all learn something
What
from
constitutes as the end or the fall of the Roman Empire? Because I mean, the Roman Empire still parts of it still continued way past what was considered its fall or deterioration, or end for that matter. It just depends on which part of the, because the from like the, I want to say around the 700s or so was when it was split into half permanently between east and west, because it was at that point a lot easier to handle what would you call it, the logistics and the politics of the regions for that. Because I mean, Augustus was or aka Octavian was, he had the benefit of being somewhat, at least a semi decent military tactician, but most of Augustus's slash aka Octavian's military conquest can be largely attributed to his second in command, Marcus Agrippa, something like that. Marcus Agrippa, I think his name was. Anyways, he was the real. He was just happened to be very loyal to Octavius, but he was the real military master genius compared to his great uncle Julius, and to his rival, who was Julius's right hand man, Marcus Antonius. He was not exactly as militarily smart. However, the dude was a freaking propaganda genius. That's kind of how he managed to get himself into power. Because unfortunately, military tactics doesn't exactly kind of net you in the kind of power struggle of politics as basically being able to do propaganda would. But that gives you a little extra Roman history there for you folks. But so Nero was the emperor when the not all of the Israelites, but a good chunk of them, when can't remember if it was a good chunk, at least half. So I can't remember what the proportionate ratio of the population was. The ones that rebelled against finally rose up and tried to drive out the Romans from Israel, which at the time wasn't even called that. It was called, well, to be more accurate, part of the part that which Jerusalem sat in was called Judea at the time. But point being is, when that rebellion happened, and after it was quashed by Emperor Nero's army, trying to remember who the hell Tacitus, I think his name was the guy who was the general who actually, no, Vespasian, that's who it was the guy who led the army that squashed that rebellion. After the rebellion was squashed, those who the Israelites who either took up arms in that rebellion or was sympathetic to the rebels, were all exiled out of Jerusalem, as well as the second temple being destroyed at that time, as a retaliation for the defiance. Now, those who were exiled would eventually migrate into into pretty much mostly the parts of Europe. A lot of it being Eastern Europe. But some of them managed to make it as far out as Western Europe as well. But that would take a whole lot of time here and there. Now, even though most of them was exiled, there were still some that still that were loyalists to the Romans that still were allowed to stay after the rebellion was squashed. Those actually still happened to live in the Levant region. And for those who don't know, that's the region that is of the Mediterranean coast of the Middle East, that is basically like the eastern arc of the Mediterranean coastline. The region basically where Syria, Israel, the Sinai Peninsula, well, the northern part of the Sinai Peninsula is at, as well as I think the country of Jordan also constitutes as part of that as well, and some parts of Turkey. some parts of it, like the southern, southwestern part, coastline of Turkey constitutes as the Levant area. I'm going to also start with and since I spoke of that region, I want to also point out this. Now, when anyone mentions the terms anti-Semite, they're not actually referring, even though it commonly gets used to refer to something that is that is used in a hateful way against Jews. It is more accurate. That is only partly correct. It's actually referring to being anything used or said against people of the Semitic people, which includes anyone who is originally from that region. That just doesn't count your Israelis, folks. That also counts your Syrians, Jordanians, some of your at least some parts of your Turks, and also your Jordanians, and also your Palestinians as well. So when anyone says that, if you actually mention it saying that you're for Israel, you support Palestinians, and they call you an anti-Semitic because of that, they themselves are anti-Semitic because apparently they do not understand the actual anthropological classification that it's actually used in. Yeah. I am not a super genius when it comes to this, folks. It's just this is some of the things I picked up on from my world studies class back in my sophomore year of high school, and some of it from my American history class, and also in my college year, because we did cover some part of world history as well. Because as my college American history professor once said, you don't have American history without world history. That is just not a thing. Contrary to what Americans are taught from grade school in kindergarten. Anyways, so that's now we can backtrack to what I was talking about. So you have the exile. You have the separations between the two distinctive parts of the Israelis, the ones who were for rebelling against the Romans, the ones who were loyal to the Romans. The ones in the Romans got to stay there with the rest of the Arabic and Muslim communities that happened to still be there at the time. And mind you, they were still even there at the time of the Romans, before the Romans conquered the region. Hell, actually, they were still there prior to the Persians actually conquering the region, too. Like I said, it's a long, extensive history, but you don't need to go there. So, keep that in mind. The ones that were exiled, as they've gotten over to Europe, because of how incompatible... Mind you, these ones were the best way to describe them would be like your fundamentalist Christians. I mean, they were real hardcore set into their core beliefs and values. And if you viewed differently, they viewed you with disdain. That's just how they were. And unfortunately, that kind of rubbed off a lot of the cultures they came across as they migrated into Europe the wrong way as well. Which is why, if you hear the constant the Jewish or Christian persecution issues with that region, it stems from mostly that rather than actually because of actual hate and spite against that per se beliefs. Because, contrary to popular belief, the Romans were actually quite amicable when it came to religion. As long as you kept your religion out of politics, they didn't give a damn what you believed, as long as you also paid some respects to their own deities, because after all, they conquered your ass. That was their motto. Sounds a little bit like American concept nowadays, doesn't it? Alright, now we get to enough of that, but point being is, folks, point being is I need to get back to the action while jabberjawing. This is kind of a bit of a hassle to do sometimes. Let's see if I could chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. Alright, so the reason why I'm mentioning this, what does this have to do with what's going on in Israel? Well, the Jewish fundamentalists that eventually would go migrate. Oh, shenanigans, I did not mean to do that. No, you're not the one I want. You're not the ones for the job. I mean, I could use that group, but they would have a... I think this team would struggle slightly just to deal with that boss. If only because the Electro does not quite deal with Hydro that easily. Take it out that easily. Alright. Back to what I was saying. So, the... Okay, I gotta go. Let's go with
As per
Cryo.
our contract.
As per our contract. That's right, sweetheart. It is per our contract. I'm gonna need a different one to heal, I guess. Yeah, she works.
The hunt begins.
Let's see if I can do an all cryo team. You did wonders.
Understood. I just have to stand here, right?
You just have to stand there. Oh, sweetheart, no, you don't just have to stand there. That is such a waste of a beautiful face, excellent figure, and more importantly, it's martial arts skills. Alright, yeah, they're not going to do much reaction damage, I'll say that much.
I hear you've got a job for me.
Oh yes, I do. Oh yes. It's just pure coincidence this is all female team, folks. Just pure coincidence. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're good eye candy. Alright. Okay, so where's I at? Oh, Exile. What's that got to do with this? What's currently going on? Alright. Anything to do with what's going on right now? It's pretty simple, folks. So, as I was saying, the fundamentalists that migrated over to Europe would face persecution for centuries to come. That is a given. Mostly they have themselves to... You really need clarification on that BS, on that stuff. My point still stands is on that. When you go into someone else's neighborhood and you start cramming your crap down their throat with no consideration for with being nice about it, then yeah. Well, I guess that hitbox is hella high, cause good grief. He decimated my gun on you real quick. Or it decimated my gun real quick, it's more accurate. Damn it! Seriously, how big is your hitbox, dude? There's no reason for it to be that big, honestly.
Transfiguration by Ordinance Divine. Lights out.
Aw, come on, really? How'd I miss that? Alright, where's I at? Oh, right, back to what I was saying. Okay. Complaining about how big this doofus's hitbox is. Because that is annoying.
Manifest!
Okay, wait, how did you hit me with all that crap? Okay, I can't, nah, man, well actually, I know how. I'm just wondering how did I get knocked into it, because I was pretty far away to begin with. And I somehow still got hit by something, and I didn't see what was hitting me.
Shake it and stir.
My will embodied. Judgment.
There.
Punishment.
Every time I manage to drop one of those, that turd nugget just dies away. It manages to sneak away like a Zergling, I swear.
What a nuisance. Judgment.
Look at you.
Blaze over. Access denied.
Scratch.
Alright, hey, I didn't say you could just... See, every time I try to lay something down thick for you, but you gotta leave like someone who just doesn't want to be at the party, seriously. Yeah, she said no touching.
Obey.
Remember, must have consent. Must be consensual, always. Ow. I was trying to walk away from that, but clearly I did not get away fast enough. Alright.
This is long overdue.
Yeah, it is.
Judgment. Shiver.
Cryo incarnate. Manifest.
Can't handle your dream.
Oh, come on, stop leaving my AoE stuff, man.
Obey!
That gets annoying after a while.
Shake and stir.
All hail!
Watch this. Dead. Dang it! Died just as I cast it. Ah, such a waste, folks. Such a waste. But hey, I did it. Now I just gotta knock that sucker out one more time. Alright. What's my... Okay. I guess I could get started on commissions now. Alright. Where am I going to next for this? Lovely little banquets and stuff like that. Alright, what time is it right now? Ooh, it is time. Okay, so folks, first off, what we're going to do is I'm going to eat, and you're going to, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to try to talk at the same time without chewing it, making, lip smacking motions into your ears. Hopefully. Alright, lunchtime. What do we got for ourselves, Johnny? Well, it could be a can of chili with crushed flaming hot Doritos. Because that's how Daddy likes it. As I talk dirty for unknown reasons. Okay. Since I'm doing that. Hello. Alright. Alright, so back to what I was trying to correlate that into this. So they dealt with a lot of that, and throughout the course, the adventure, of course, always wanted to return back from the exile and reclaim what they believed was their God-given land. Now, fast forward that by about a millennium, I think, roughly, and get to the 1800s when the Industrial Revolution is cranking out in Europe like it's going out, even though it's already been in swing in some parts of Europe for at least a good decade or so at that point. I mean, England was the start of the Industrial Revolution, and that is in their 1780s, 1790s, roughly, I think. If I remember my world history correctly. That way. Mm-hmm. Or maybe if I just did it like the... like in the cartoon. Yeah, like in all the cartoons of yore. Alright. So, now during the time of the Industrial Revolution, a lot of countries in Europe especially were all talking about nationalistic pride. So it was the time when nationalism was actually becoming more of a thing, of a philosophy of sorts, folks. Mostly thanks in part to the French Revolution. And I'm not going to get into that because that's a lengthy discussion also in and of itself. But you have the French Revolution in large part to thank for the cementing of the philosophy of nationalism that would prevail in Europe. Not that it wasn't much of a philosophy to begin with, but it didn't really become much of a philosophy until after that.
It's so nice to de-stress.
Now, you get that, and that starts becoming a thing all across Europe. And of course, the Jewish exiles who were descendants of the Jewish exiles living there at the time, were ingrained generation after generation in the belief of going back to their home, back to their homeland to reclaim it, start picking up on this philosophy as well. And the ones that do, not all of them do, of course, as it's always shown throughout, if you pay attention to any form of people. On a general scale, things. Not all children pick up on their parents' things, especially especially if there's like for prejudice and stuff like that. They don't always pick up on it. It usually happens, but there's always the odd sheep out that doesn't pick up on it. The ones that did, well, those are the ones who started forming what was eventually known as the Israel, the Jewish Zions that we would come to know later on. And they were were vocal about getting a group together to actually go and actually reclaim what they thought was theirs. Now,
It's so nice to
and that
de-stress.
picks up steam a lot all the way up to to World War One. Now, mind you, by the time World War One hits, the Ottomans are the ones who are in control of the region. Actually, they were in control of the region since the starting of the decline of the Roman Empire, actually, which would have been right around the time of, well, I guess you could say what would be the start of the decline is also debated amongst academic circles. You could philosophize that basically Rome was what started its fall the moment that one of its founders would kill his brother, basically. But we're not going to debate philosophy. Philosophy is a little bit too amorphous to actually make concrete facts with. So, point being is, Ottoman Turks are basically the Ottoman Empire is basically what's in control, or the ones who control the region, and have been since the 1100s. So that's almost 800 years, maybe 900. Now, mind you, I've mentioned before that region is home to a lot of different groups of people. The fact that other than the Russian Empire, the Ottoman Empire was the largest empire by that point that had the most amount of diversity in terms of ethnicities, and the fact that they managed to maintain that peace in that region for that long is astounding. Oh, and for those sitting back who want to point out, they taxed the dickens out of the Jews. They also taxed the dickens out of non-Muslims, all non-Muslims, period. And that's because their requirements for all Muslims were that they had to enter military service. Now, non-Muslims were exempt from that if they paid in, but because they were exempt from that, they instead had to pay extra in taxes. It kind of works itself out in that regard. And it's understandable. I mean, seriously, you're not going to want to fight for people you don't share the same beliefs with, more often than not. I mean, that's not to say I'm not saying you yourself would, folks, the you and the individual, but I'm just saying that's how usually human behavior usually goes. People don't generally like the idea of fighting for someone they don't share the same kind of beliefs or values with. It's a fundamental fact. So, Ottoman Turks are in control of the region. World War One. Where am I else at? Oh, now, tying it all together to that point. God, I gotta drink a lot of water for this shit. Linked, yes, discussion. I told you, folks, hitting the highlights of this stuff alone would take a good time to cover. Alright, so now we get the highlight part to the proportion of this show, if you can call it that. So the wait, do I have any more left in this bag? Actually, I do. Surprise, surprise. Alright. So, now we hit the highlight proportion. Highlights. Always gonna be highlights, folks. I may have to, like I said, I will have to skim the fat a little bit on that one too, for the facts, but still. I won't do so unless, if it's pertinent to to the discussion, I'm not gonna trim any fat, even if it's a little fat. As long as it's pertinent to the discussion, it's gonna stay there. So, with the being World War I now, to save you this one I really will have to trim the fat on, because as pertinent as World War I is to supply what is happening now in the middle, especially not just for Israel and Gaza conflict, but also for the Middle East at large, of why it's the state it's in. Well, not just only the Middle East, you also got taken into the Near East too, like Pakistan, Kazakhstan, and all that stuff as well. the Near East and the Middle East, it has a lot to do with what happens within World War One, because those are parts of the Ottoman Empire too that people tend to forget about. As a matter of fact, the only reason why I can remember half that stuff is because one of my friends, I don't know if he's still in the Marines now, but when he graduated high school, he definitely went into the Marines.
Lie on the grass, you can
Graduated
feel the
from boot
heartbeat of
camp,
the
and I don't remember what rank. I don't even know what rank he is in now, because I don't get on Facebook all that much. But I can't remember if it's his parents or his grandparents are from Pakistan, so that gives you an idea of why I took kind of also interest in this kind of stuff, folks, because it also helps me understand some of the stuff that he talks about half the time. Because from he had, even though he served in the Marines, he had kind of mixed feelings about what was going on with Afghanistan and Iraq. Anyways, so like I said, World War I. To talk about all World War I in its entirety would be alone like a couple-hour discussion. Although I will say that on YouTube channel, there's a channel called Oversimplified. He does a two-parter series to it that really oversimplifies on the highlights for the war, what all the multiple factors that added up to the powder keg that would eventually explode into it. And he explains brief portions of the military maneuvers and tactics that changed and shifted the war into the course that would eventually lead to its conclusion. He doesn't exactly cover what happens just a little bit afterwards, but the one part he touches on is about what I'm going to talk about with the Ottoman Empire, and that is the Ottoman Empire ends up where a little bit they were just at the start of World War II. The Ottoman Empire just finished up the Balkan War, the Balkan Wars at that point. I can't remember if there was. I remember they was fighting with Russia over one of the territories in the Balkan Peninsula, but don't quote me on it, folks, because like I said, this is a lot of stuff I kind of haven't had the time. I haven't double checked myself on because it's been a long time and since I've actually had to memorize my world history, but. I know they just had some beef with Russia, and but they were trying to avoid it. And then some dib-dab, of course. There's always a dib-dab in some army, in some political office, that kind of doesn't take the air to the side of caution and just throws caution to the wind and just says, you know what? I'm gonna poke the deadliest creature that's lying around and just see what happens. And unfortunately, that's what happened. That got the Ottoman Turks into World War I. Now, since they were allied with Germany and with the Axis, the European Central Powers, which they're called Central Powers in the First World War, not Axis, but you could say the same. You can use it interchangeably, just because the word Axis means center. Anyhow.
If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat
Because
of the world.
the Western Allies' campaign was grinding to a halt, and on the French front for starters, they tried to attempt to sneak through the back underbelly by taking out Italy. Unfortunately, that didn't go too well for them. I mean, it was one of the biggest defeats of Churchill's military career. It's kind of why he wasn't elected prime minister until much later, a couple of decades later, precisely. But and I can't remember the Battle of Tripoli, I think it was.
It's so nice
No,
to
Tripoli.
de-stress.
No, I'm thinking that's Barbary Coast War. I know it started with a T. It was some small pass or strait, something like that goes up into Italy. Would have made it easier to get into the Black Sea if memory serves right. Not important. What the important part is, because that campaign failed, they tried to then go through a roundabout way into that area via the Levant region. And as I said, the Turks happened to own that area, so the Allies did what they could to break free of it. Anyone who's ever seen the movie Lawrence of Arabia, you'll have an understanding exactly how this particular part of the World War I campaign, this campaign of the World War I area worked on the Middle Eastern theater. That was based on basically this whole part of the war strategy. Thankfully, eventually they didn't have to, but basically the gist is they helped with a lot of the various Arabic ethnicities, including the Palestinians at that time, overthrow the Ottoman Turks. Because, like I said, even though they managed to keep the peace there for the most part, the good chunk of the Arabic populations there did not like the Turks whatsoever, because they didn't like the extra taxes, and amongst other things, but mostly the taxes. So, like all good revolutionaries do, we hate taxes, but we sure like the public services. So that should give you an indication of that part. World War I ends, and at the end of during that campaign through that region, England and France make, especially, it's not just really not England, the United Kingdom and France, especially the United Kingdom, made a lot of promises to a lot of the groups there in that region. Now, I could get into the reason why they even cared to even get into that region in the first place. I'll let you guys do the whole, social economics hoop jumping for that, to figure that stuff out. If you guys I trust you folks are smart enough to figure this one out. But point being is, they made a lot of promises to the groups there. However, the problem is, one of the groups of people that they didn't make any agreements or concessions with is the Palestinians. This will play into what comes in next. After overthrowing the Ottoman Empire, they decided to make good on those, some good on those promises and stuff. So they divided up the whole Middle Eastern region amongst, mostly amongst the Arabic tribes, and some parts of it between France and UK itself. Now, the part that got that they took upon themselves in the French was the Levant region. So Syria, Jordan, Turkey, to a good degree, and also, of course, Palestine at the time. This would be known as the Balfour Declaration. And
should we really be off work this early?
Well, this would be
There's
part
still
of
a
what
lot
makes
left to
up the
do.
Balfour Declaration. Now, the Balfour Declaration, remember Balfour, Balfour. There's no D at the end. Sometimes I actually mistaken it for having a D at the end when I memorized this. When I recalled this stuff, I had to go back over and correct myself on that. And so also, but not only that, the Balfour Declaration also made some. England also made some promises also to the European Jewish Zionists as well, and the promises would allow them to immigrate from allow the increase in immigration into the Palestinian region. Now, mind you, prior to this declaration, there were still descendants, still Israelites that still lived in that region at the time. As I told you before, not all the Jews rebelled against the Romans. The ones that were either loyal or were neutral and indifferent to the rebellion, or that were loyal to the Romans or indifferent to the rebellion, got to stay there. And they still lived in there in pretty much sparse, dispersed communities
really
all across that area.
This early? There is still a lot
If
left
I'm
to
right,
do.
they were roughly in the population of Israelites at the time of World War I in that region. If I remember the statistics, it was somewhere between 5 to 10% at that time, before the Balfour Declaration opened the floodgates of immigration for the Zionists. Well, they immigrated in there all right. The thing was, they were allowed to immigrate on the condition of not disrupting the life of the locals there. This is a very, very important thing I want you to remember. That was the condition of being allowed to immigrate into the Palestinian region. Mind you, the British pretty much ran all the public offices, including the immigration services, all that in that region at that time, because they gave themselves that part of the Levant region. They gave France, if I'm right, they gave France the southern parts of the Arabic coast, I mean, of the Arabian Peninsula at that time for that, if I'm as a part of their parcel. But yeah, the United Kingdom basically handled all the social services and politics of the region at that time. Now, and mind you, this was also done without the Palestinians having any say in this whatsoever. They got no say when it came to the Balfour Declaration and the accord that came with it, the parsing of the lands and stuff. All the other Arabic tribes happened of the Middle East and then in the Near East were allowed to were given their were allowed to have their say in it. The Palestinians were not. So this is like roughly akin to basically the concept of what we're taught in American history. For those who are of my audience who are Americans and listening to this, this is akin to the concept of what we Americans were taught. That was the reason why we revolted against the British, was because we didn't get any say in basically the laws that are passed for our colonies. Side note, that's horseshit, because that was because prior to the Boston Tea Party, the American colonies had pretty much no representation in the British government for over 100 years prior to that. Not a damn thing was said before. Not a care was given before then. But that's another discussion for another time. But this is basically the equation I'm giving you. This is how so you guys can relate to the what I'm talking about. Oh, let me take a bite here.
Nice to de-stress.
Okay, you get that. Flight immigration gets opened up. The Zionists who immigrated in there do not immigrate in there in a very peaceful manner. Now, the Palestinians, as much as now there were some few extremists there who actually did not like the idea of having new people coming in. The vast majority, however, were okay with it, even though they were not happy about not being allowed to have a say in the immigration process or whatsoever. But they did the best they can to live in peace with their new neighbors. Now, this allows to keep this keeps going. But unfortunately, unfortunately, there are some fights that end up breaking up between the two extremists over the course of this immigration process, and it causes a big headache basically for the Brits. Huge governmental headache, because they have to invest extra resources in the policing and dealing with any repairs and all that. This is why it's hard to. This is why you folks need to understand the concept of why taxes are there for in the first place, because it takes a lot to actually govern a society. Now, and they keep that immigration. I mean, if I'm right, the Balfour Declaration was late 1917 to late 1919, roughly, was when it was somewhere around that area was declared. Because if I'm right, World War II World War I didn't end until 1919. Okay, yeah, so it was 1918 was when the declaration was made. 1919 is when it was implemented. Anyways, from 1919 until about 1927, if I'm right, somewhere around there, the immigration was loud, and it, like I said, it just. Thankfully, the skirmish, the fight between the two extremists stayed at a minimum level thank God for small favors on that. At least lucky for them at that point. But for the most part, it doesn't become it doesn't
It's so
get
nice to
escalate any
de-stress.
further than some sparse fight. Fights here and there. Now, however, like I said, around 1927, roughly. I know it's in like the mid to late 1920s when England, the United Kingdom says, you know what, we had enough of this nonsense. We're putting the kibosh on it because it was starting to escalate right around the late 20s. It really was it was starting to escalate to a point where the United Kingdom was like, you know what, we're putting the kibosh. We're cutting off the immigration point at this point. You guys already broke your promises about not disturbing the the lives of the locals. The Zionists that were there had seized land from the people they terrorized, and so the United Kingdom was like, no, we're putting the kibosh on it. No more immigration into it, and that ended up pissing off the Zionists. So from 1927 throughout the rest of its time until the founding of Israel, between
Should we really be
the
off
Palestinian
work this
extremists and the Jewish Zionists, they end up giving constantly committed acts upon acts of terrorist attacks, killing dignitaries, local policemen, British policemen, the whole 9 yards, just to annoy, if not outright infuriate the British Parliament and Crown. And mind you, that was going on right around the time that just after the immigration the United Kingdom cut the immigration
It's
off.
so nice to de-stress.
Is right around just before the Holocaust was starting to happen. I mean, by let's see here. I can't remember the year that Germany invaded Poland, but if I remember right, by the time it invaded Poland, Hitler hadn't been in power for 6 years. You know, like I said, it's a good thing you got information in the palm of your hands, folks. There it is. 1939. So yeah, so 1933 is when
You lie on the grass.
is when
you can feel
the
heartbeat
when the
of
Nazis
land.
ascended. Because like I said, it's been a long time. Like I had to memorize all these dates. I'm not even gonna give you the exact date, but I'll give you the year at least. So 1933, when the Nazis rose to power, a lot of what people tend to forget is, or don't seem to either forget from history class, American history class, or weren't taught in American history class, depending on your teacher. Thankfully, I had a really good American history teacher. Before the concentration camps, that would really be the main defining piece of what is considered the Holocaust. A lot of the Jews at the time were originally the first step was that they were given identification markers, basically a badge of sorts, and it would have the Star of David, basically, a badge to indicate that they were Jewish. That first and foremost, to help keep them segregated from and identifiable from the rest of the German population, from the basically anyone who was not Germanic in terms of belief and what have you. But then after that, like a year or two afterwards, they were segregated from the rest of the population and then relegated to really run down slums that were dilapidated from during the time of during Germany's
left to do.
economic crisis prior to the rise of the Nazi Party. Basically, worn out places that had been around for a while because of how decimated Germany's economy was from World War One, and also from unfortunately from a lot of the shit that a lot of the things baggage that they were strapped with because of it, and also because of the Great Depression just also hitting around the same time worldwide. But they were relegated to these what basically were slums. Now these slums were called ghettos.
It's so
This
nice
is where
to
the
de-stress.
see, unlike how Americans like to use like any place that isn't considered ritzy a ghetto, ghettos was originally used as a term by Germans, and it was originally German as a terminology for run-down slums where the Jews were relegated to. That was a ghetto. That's what Elvis Presley was singing about when he was singing about the song "In the Ghetto." Anyways, they were relegated to that, and it took about roughly, I think, an extra 2 years before to have them, a year or two to get them relegated to those areas, before they were finally eventually, right around the 1940s is when they started putting them in concentration camps. It was a little bit in the late 30s. We'll say late 30s, we'll say, because I know it's well after Poland was invaded, but when they actually had as after they conquered France, when they actually started, no, it was right around the time they was invading France when they started building their concentration camps, and their first concentration camp finished roughly right before Paris was captured, if memory serves right. Don't quote me on that. Might have been a little bit before that, but you get the idea. See, that was a process.
There's still a lot left
and yes,
to do.
folks, this is a tangent, but this tangent is pertinent to what I'm going to be talking about later. All that's happening. You got all that happening, and then right across the pond, as the saying goes, you got the Zionists and the Palestinian extremists, committing terrorist attacks to try to drive the Brits right out of the land. So that way, while also still going at each other's throats as well. Well, actually, they came to an accord to take care of driving out the British first, and then they will resume to going back at each other's throats afterwards. So they came to that somewhat of an agreement. Not that they actually followed that agreement to a T. They got all that happening, and that continues to circle on even during World War II. It's not until after World War II that England said, the final straw on the camel's back was one of their dignitaries. They had a dignitary that was in that region at the time. And this also is going to tie into one of the other things I'm going to talk about eventually.
It's so nice to de-stress.
One of the English dignitaries that was there was assassinated. And it was assassinated by a Zionist paramilitary group called Lehi. That name will be important. Those who know their relation history, I don't have to say anything, but that will be important for later one we'll be talking about. Now, that was the final straw that broke the camel's back with England. And after England, England's economy, England was more focused on trying to get their backyard cleaned up and straightened out because of how decimated their cities were from, especially in London, from the German bombings at that time. So, so they was trying to rebuild their stuff, and they didn't have the resources necessary. And mind you, this is just right at the end of the Great Depression, practically. They didn't have the time to deal with them, as well as help try to get Germany back up, Germany's economy and infrastructure back around. See, their viewpoint was this: Germany was an industrial powerhouse, more closer, and also far more worthwhile investing in, because you get a better return on investment, especially with the German market. Whereas when you take it to the Levant region, which is almost practically not industrialized, large part because the Ottoman Turks didn't want to get industrialized. They didn't want to follow the same concepts of Western philosophy and stuff like that. Long story. So they ended up pulling out. So the United Kingdom decided to pull all their stuff, whatever officers they had, any police force they had out of that region, and they said, and the United Nations, which just got formed there. They decided, all right, this is going to be your first task for United Nations. Here's this region that we have, that we parceled about a few decades prior to. You figure out how to deal with how to parcel this land amongst the people in there. So the UN decides, okay, well, we'll do this. We'll to solve the peace between the two peoples and the Palestinian and Palestine. We'll do this. We'll just resolve it like this. We'll make a two-state, basically a two-state solution here. We'll make two separate countries, parse out from that. We'll give one to the Palestinians, one to the Zionists, and any Israelis who want to migrate, indigenous Israelis there. We'll give them that. Tell them to make their own we'll let them make their own governments and military, what have you. We'll do that. We'll parcel it like that, and that'll be the end of it. One slight problem with that, folks. Well, actually, there was a multitude of problems, but here was the main problem. The way they had the land partition up between the Israelites and the Palestinians literally looked like some janked up jigsaw puzzle kind of looking map thing of sorts. It was almost reminiscent to basically heavily gerrymandered political voting district maps, honestly. For those who actually have had the luxury of seeing one of those, either. Oh, I got a bite.
It's so nice to de-stress.
And unfortunately for the Palestinians, they got the smaller bite-sized portions of that land, of that parceling. You can see how this is compounding. Basically, what I'm telling you is, folks, is basically the same as the 5-word summarization of most of Russia's history, and it gets worse. So they decided parceling on that. This really starts. And while they were doing that parceling for that and holding the meetings for that,
If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
the acts of terrorism between the two extremist groups starts escalating again. I don't remember the website, but you could probably look this up on Google. It's not a hard Google search. It'll take you maybe at most 30 minutes to find it, if you do a thorough research, enough research. But it shows basically how the population of the Israelis shifts from largely a large Palestinian how the land shifts from basically being large Palestinian controlled prior to during the start of World War I, basically. And it shows you how over the course between World War I and World War II, it doesn't change that much. It changed to a certain degree to match, which matches the influx of the of Jewish immigrants. And then once you get from that point to basically roughly around the 1940s, it starts to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And it gets even worse after the 40s on up until the founding of Israel in 1948. It actually gets even worse after that, but we'll get that. We'll hit that high note in a moment. High note, low note, highlight, low light, footnote. There we are. We'll go with that. No, actually, footnote makes it less than a highlight. Okay, you get the idea, folks. But yeah, so this and oh, hey there. Well, welcome back, Andrew. I hope you're not in the mood for a history lesson, because right now I'm kind of eating. Between bites of taking bites of my lunch, I'm kind of going over a very, very sensitive topic. So, if you don't like sensitive topics, you might want to come back at another time. And I think you already missed about half of it already as it is, because it adds a lot of context to what I'm talking about. Because this, and in case you're curious, this what I'm discussing while eating my lunch here is a very sensitive subject matter. It's very, especially sensitive subject matter for a reason. About the Israel-Gaza conflict. Unfortunately, like I said, it's. I'd say you might want to tune out because this is even with me as oversimplifying as I can. It's a pretty lengthy history lesson, just so you know. So either you have at least been okay with world history in world history classes, assuming you've ever had any, or if you're like a history buff of sorts. But if not, then you might want to hit yourself on the snooze button and come back a little bit later. I need to get to that statue and let these guys heal while I'm at it. Alright, where is I at? Oh, right. Escalations of terrorism attacks before the founding of the nation and mass land loss. Okay, yeah. And then but then eventually dies down again, and it gets down to just a moment of peace again. But then, just a year before the founding of Israel, it was right around, actually I even wrote that specific date, October 19th of 1947.
This early? There is still a lot
A very prominent Palestinian family, the Shabaki family, is a pretty large Palestinian village that was situated between, if I'm right, two Jewish Israeli settlements. And of course, explaining that would have had me going an extra 5-10 minutes explaining how the settlement buildings were done like that back in that time for the immigrants at that region. But point being is, they were assassinated by Lehi, which, as I told you earlier, folks, remember I said I was going to come back around that, was a Jewish Scion paramilitary terrorist group. They were responsible for a lot of British dignitaries and local officials being assassinated. Because, like I said, that region was, well, like I said, volatile. That was the final straw that broke the camel's back as far as actually cementing any peace in that region at that point. Because the Lehi claimed that they were, damn, I'm trying to remember what the word I was looking for. I can't say sympathizers or loyalists. They thought that they were basically that they worked for that they were secretly working for the British police, who were still in the region at the time. Because remember, the British police did not pull out of that region until around 1948, 47, 48 roughly, give or take. Nope, 48 when the Balfour Declaration was over. Oh, I am talking about... Oh, in case you didn't quite catch me, I said I was talking about the Israel-Gaza conflict. More or less how it got to that point. The whole history of what led up to that point. All the main things that contributed to the powder keg that eventually what you call... But basically, the world pretty much saw with what happened in October... I mean, just 2 months ago. My take on it... my takes on it is that it's a very, very complicated and complex situation. Since I said that earlier at the start of this and the preface of this, it's a very complex issue because of how it's not so how it got to be what it is right now is not a linear line of events. There's a lot of compounding factors. Most of it is from basically at the end of World War One, but that just only takes into account that region. In order to get the additional factors that really did add into it, you would have to go a little bit further back to during Emperor Nero's time, because that actually kind of helps set the
you can feel the
that helps set what the word I'm looking for. That helps sets the power. That helps prepare the powder for the keg, if you catch my drift. If that's the best best analogy I can use, probably. And I'm gonna I'll preface this a little bit about also to give you an idea why I think the way I am. Might as well. It's been good. This is a good segue. The reason why I think the way I do think on especially topics like this is because Now, my father was in the Navy back in the 80s and the 90s. He was a AMS aviation construction mechanic at the time. Now, actually, he stayed pretty much in that particular field for pretty much his whole career. Half of his he was in the Navy for 20 years, from 1979 to basically 1999. Now, half of his military service alone was in the Middle East, and often as a child, whenever he would talk to me about his time in the Navy, even after he retired, he would often talk about he would never talk about the things he was the operations he took place in, which is understandable. Can't talk about that, at least during the time of operation. Okay, so if you research World War One, I'll give you then you should be familiar with the Balfour Declaration. Yeah, I might even want to type that on you. Type it in the box for you, just in case you want to know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's see. Good, I got my phone on hand. Works perfectly. In case you folks want to know, I don't have a computer a computer on the side here to do this with. I actually have much less to work with than your typical streamer does. Okay, no, that's not it. Where's my app for Twitter? There it is. Oh, not Twitter, Twitch. Sorry. Alright, here. Now, if you've done anything as far as World War One history, you should recognize this instantly. At the very least, the skinny of it, not the enchilada, but you at least be able to you at least understand, you at least know mostly about the tortilla of it. Food references for the win. Go back to doing a riff town again. I hate that that's the one boss I really can't stand doing is the Golden Wolf. But I have to do it if I want to finish Kentucky. Actually, it was not an agreement to keep Jews in Palestine. I mean, I don't know who your history teacher was who taught you that, or what you got that information from, but the Balfour Declaration was not about keeping Jews in Palestine. To be more accurate, there was already Jews living in Palestine even before World War One. Since you kind of probably missed the first half of that, of what I was the first 20 minutes of what I was talking about. So when Nero was the emperor of Rome, I'm sure you're at least familiar, especially if you're a Christian or even a Jew, you're probably at least familiar with the rebellion against the Romans that led to the exile and the destruction of the Second Temple, right? Oh yeah, and there's going to be slight delays probably between you and me conversating, so I'll just wait for your reply and then I'll continue further from that.
We're way behind schedule.
Alright, oh, this is not the party I want for the Golden Wolf Lord. I think it's called the Golden Wolf Lord, isn't it? Yep, Golden Wolf Lord. Yeah, this is the group I usually prefer using. Because this dude hurts like the Dickens and doesn't exactly fight fair.
It's nothing.
Alright, well, first off,
Strike a pose.
hey, get back here. There we are. That's why I need it for Albedo. Okay, yeah, Pop broke my damn thing, didn't she? Oh wow, he really is kicking my butt. Not hurt. Oswick Fortress? Honestly, it's ringing some distant bells in the land, but sadly, I can't seem to recall. Well, I can't get near that. That's awesome.
Give up.
If you really want to think about that one for longer than a nanosecond, anyways, you figured with it was. Yeah, that's the fervor of World War I, definitely. I mean, when you got nationalistic pride as a motivator, yeah, that kind of goes with that. Should go without saying, to be more accurate.
Coming to be.
Allow me. Hold the line.
Pop you back in there. Pick you up. Ah, no, I did the wrong thing again. I'm not hitting my usual moves correctly on this one, folks.
Burst forth.
It bugs me just a little bit, knowing that I'm screwing up royally in every which way but loose, and still managed to win that.
Let's move out.
Well, I mean, it could be worse. I could have not just been hitting anything. Could have been swinging and miss all the way through. And that would really not. That would have been no good. But yeah, so. But yeah, so Andrew, but yeah, to bring back to the focus for a moment. So, in case, since you didn't reply, but I'll bounce it back off you anyways. So, after the rebellion was squashed, not all the Israelites were exiled. Just the ones that were part of the rebellion or were sympathetic towards the rebellion. Those were the Israelis that were Israelites that were exiled from Judea. What was because originally at the time called Judea. They were exiled from the Levant region. In case you don't know, that's basically the coastline of the eastern part of the Mediterranean Sea that stretches from southern Turkey all the way to the Sinai Peninsula, but the northern side of Sinai Peninsula. Anyways, and all the little rands in that area. But point being is, they were exiled. However, there are still some Israelites that were either indifferent towards the rebellion or were loyal to the Romans that still stayed in Judea. And of course, after that little incident, that's when I don't know if it was Emperor Nero or his successor who ends up renaming that area Palestine as an insult. As a way to mock and insult the Israelite exiles.
The publishing house has released numerous works that lay out military.
It was basically meant to be named after the Philistines, in case you didn't know.
Those are my favorites.
But that's the little history of that. No, the Balfour Declaration is what Parcel long story how it deals with Israel at the time. Israel, it just allowed the Jewish Zionists, the Jews of Jewish Zionists, and just Jews in general from basically Europe and the ones who immigrated over to America early, also to allow them to immigrate right back to Israel, back to basically Palestine, what it was still called at that time, and after World War One. It allowed for that amongst other things, but just when it deals with specifically with what's now known as Israel, back then Palestine, that's what it deals with that, and it also deals with how to parse. It also sets up it as a protectorate, basically pseudo state of sorts that's run by the United Kingdom
the will of every
until they see fit to leave the area.
Swims in its own direction.
Actually, the original plan was just to run that region, help build its infrastructure up, and then pull out. But that fortunately never happened, and as I stated earlier, to summarize it up pretty quick, was because a whole lot of terrorism that happened during their run of the area. Now that I've explained that bit back to you, like I said, my father, like I said, was stationed out in that region, basically half of his military career, and whenever he would I wouldn't say deign, but whenever he felt like he would, like he was okay with talking about his time in naval service, it was mostly just about his shore leaves, and the places he never talked about with shore leave was the Middle Eastern area. And at the time when I was much younger, before I took my world history class in my sophomore year of high school, I never understood why. But afterwards, and even more so from what I've learned, more of the history I've blown up on in the last at least 20 years, I really understand why, because of how messy that region is, especially on the political level. That's why when people if you ever want to ask me what my take is on the thing, I tell them how much time. My response usually tends to be, how much time do you have to listen? Because trust me, you're going to need more than just a chair. You're going to need a freaking recliner, a sofa, something soft and squishy, and a lot of food and drink, because it's going to be a while. That sums up basically my take on the region, or on the concept. But now where was I at, folks? Okay, I give you guys the short skinny of my dad's military service and how that helped me helps me shape a little bit of what my opinion is. But not that it should, because honestly, first and foremost, it should be more or less about military stuff. Because like I said, my dad's no expert on the area. I mean, he knows a little bit of what he's experienced, or at least what he was allowed to see and experience. Prime example is, if you ask him about Lebanon, he's got more to say about that than almost anything else. He actually liked his time there, and that was back after the bunker there was the barracks there was blown up by terrorists. He was there part for the cleanup effort. But now I got the long skinny of it. So back to where I was at. So where was that? Oh, right. UN establishing the two-state solution. Final straw that broke the Palestinians' back was the assassination of a prominent Palestinian family.
Respect must be given to the will of
in 1947, November of 1947, actually, just 1 year before Israel was allowed to announce its founding, basically. And after that, the back and forth retaliations escalated. I mean, and I do emphasize escalated. And I mean, you're looking at probably the same level of escalation you see now currently with what happened with Hamas on October 6th or something like that. But yeah, it was that level of retaliation, folks. And more often than not, the people who paid the price weren't even the people doing the retaliating. It was just the Palestinian and Israeli citizens who didn't give two craps about the whole land rights and stuff like that. They're the ones who end up getting the short end of the stick and suffering a lot, especially for the Palestinians. Good guy, because I mean, it will be especially for worse as time progresses. So in 1948, after for the next year for the retaliations, get to 1948, just short of the year anniversary of the Shubaki family assassination. That's when the declaration expires, which allows Israel to declare its independence. And on that very day,
to survive hardship, you must prepare for
the surrounding Arabic nations that were carved out by the Balfour Declaration that already had their independence, that's when they attacked Israel. So often I would hear remarks about, well, can you blame the Israeli government retaliating at the level it does when on your very first founding day you happen to get attacked by your neighbors all at once? Well, To the point of which I says, well, they kind of brought that on themselves in the first place, like I said, with the Israeli government that was founded on the day of its on the time of its Declaration of Independence, on the founding of the nation, was formed mostly by a lot of Jewish Zionist paramilitary groups and terrorists. It's one, like I said, prior to being Lehi, as I had mentioned before. Lehi actually dissolved just right after that 7-day war, something like that. I can't remember what it was, but after that war between them and the Arabic nations, and yes, the Israelis, the Zionists did win that war, a large part, mostly due to France's backing, of course. I'm going to point out that part to you guys.
Respect
France
must be
backed
given
them
to the will
immensely.
of every
Now,
creature.
of course, one could also
Each
say, well,
fish in the
Russia
ocean
did
swims
back
in
up
its
the
own
Arabic nations
direction.
on that war, and that while it's true, comparing Russia's military compared to, say, France's is a totally different matter, especially when you take into consideration of Russia's economic system as opposed to France's, because France was much more better off monetarily at the end of World War II than than Russia was. And I'm not going to get into the history of that, because that one in itself is a long explanation of how all the economics, all the economies of each damn participating nation was at the time of, prior to, and at the end of. Where you folks did not, well, I wouldn't say you folks are not here for that, but I said this was not going to hash anything extra details that wasn't pertinent to the subject at hand. Now, during that 7-day war, a lot of Palestinian lands were seized. A lot of Palestinians fled. I mean, there was news articles on this stuff. I mean, there's still. You can still probably go back into any news archives and actually find this stuff. I'm not going to point it out for you folks, because that would just be too much of my time that I don't have to do, and B, it'd be an insult on your guys' intelligence, and not allowing you to be fully capable, fully critical thinking people. And I had that much faith that you folks are of that. Now, point being is, so a lot of lands were seized from that 7 days alone, and
To
then
survive hardship, you must prepare for hardship.
after that, you have a lot of more constant migrations from, them trying to basically cement the founding of their nation and that stuff, and that goes on for a good while before you get to even the Yom Kippur War, which was about almost 20 years later after that one, if I remember right. It's been a long time since I had memorized when that was. I just remember that that reminds me, the Hamas attack was just on the 50th anniversary, if I remember right, of the Yom Kippur War, if memory serves me right. The 50th or 60th anniversary. Can't remember for sure, but yeah. And a lot,
publishing house
and
has released
other
numerous works
now.
that lay out
There's so much going on in the
military
world
strategy
between
in a
the
simple and
the
pragmatic way.
basically the end of
Those
World
are
War
my
II,
favorite.
and basically to the North Korean War that's going on in the world at large. What was going on in basically Israel Palestine at the time was not covered much by most, especially American news at that point, because America at that point, prior to the 7-day war, America had no affiliation whatsoever with the founding of Israel, or even gave a damn about them as a country. Period. It wasn't until the Russians, or should I say the Soviet Union, the Soviets at the time, stuck their noses in. That's when America became staunch allies. Became staunch ally. After that, that's when America became a staunch ally for Israel. And it's not because of sympathy for that, even though Jewish sympathy was pretty on high from the Holocaust at that point in time, and it would be for a long ass time to come. Water. Okay, I need to turn on that fan. It's getting way too hot down here for my liking. Alright.
Respect must be given to the will.
And I
of
better
every
leave this area
creature.
before I get raffle stomp
Each
while
fish in the
jabberjawing
ocean swims in
again.
its-
Alright, there's one of... Do I have any of the bosses I need to do right now? Actually, no. Let's just go do commissions. I need to knock those out too while I'm at it. Before I forget. Cue the Slipknot song. But, So yeah, prior to that, didn't give a damn. But thanks a lot to part to Harry S. Truman's fine piece of article declaration. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about the Truman Doctrine, which is basically states that it would be our sole mission to stop the spread of communism/socialism, wherever, whenever, however. And of course, honestly, it was tailored just a little bit from Thomas Jefferson's Declaration of Military Spending, and I'm not going to get into that one. That's a whole nother can of worms of American history. But suffice to say, if it wasn't for the Truman Doctrine, I don't think we would even be having this discussion in the first place. As a matter of fact, there probably wouldn't be an Israel left to talk about, because that would have been a foregone conclusion without our intervention. If it wasn't for the Truman Doctrine, we'd be having a whole different conversation at this point, I think. Possibly. Ooh, I didn't realize it was that late. About another 30 minutes, and here I've done more jabber jawing, and I still haven't fully finished. Hopefully you folks are enjoying what little entertainment I am providing, and hopefully are at least drawn in to the storytelling of today's issues. Because that's why I call this my game corner, folks. This is why it's called Ravager's Game Corner. You get to watch me play, but we also get to have a civilized conversation about any topic that might be, rattling in the back of your brain somewhere, saying, "Hey, I want to talk about this, but I just don't know how to," because society at large can sometimes be a little bit on the sensitive side of the matter. They get a little hair triggered sometimes. Knee-jerk reaction and all that, but I like to think of this as a safe place to talk about any subject matter, as long as you can be at least somewhat, at least be civil about it. Because that's the first and foremost part of any form of discussion, folks. It should be civility. Any discussion without civility becomes excessively unproductive, and usually tends to make things worse than what they could have been. Case in point from the what I was talking about with the Israel and Gaza part. So you get that, and that's just basically part of what goes on in Israel. You can pretty much sum up to basically the usual Cold War propaganda videos and stuff like that. But the point is, during that time frame, during the rest of the time, basically, you're looking at from the 1940s even up to all the way up until probably, I would say, the late 90s, maybe mid 90s. I'll go with early 90s, but that's the earliest I'll go, if I can remember right, to go to, and that is that from 1948 on the way up to maybe like 91 roughly, maybe a little bit more after that. I can't remember for sure the specific number there, but from that point on, you would talk about how if you folks remember the land distribution map I was talking about prior to, about how the land distribution first started off prior to the start of World War. How the land distribution was from World War I of that region of basically Palestine, and how it morphed and changed over to from the opening of the Zionist immigration to Jews, to the closing of the immigration, and how it morphed from there to the founding of Israel, and then how it morphed even more from then on to basically modern times. Modern day, I should say, is more accurate, because modern times deals with anything past 1700 or 1500, depending on who you ask. Point being is how the land basically morphs from those times on up. I don't wanna. Well, hey. We're gonna heal these guys up when I'm jumping on. How the land distribution changes up because of a lot of basic of illegal seizing of lands over that time frame, from Palestinians who are fleeing conflicts and all that, or being forced off their lands by terrorists, by Zionists, especially Zionist terrorists. So, now to summarize that up, you're basically since the founding as a nation after World War II, all up and even to this current day, as I am talking, basically the vast majority of the power that's wielded in the Israeli government is wielded by Zionists and are Jewish Zionists. I mean, and a large portion of them were either members of or related to members of the Zionist paramilitary groups and terrorist groups that were basically from during the World War I, World War II eras that eventually would form the Israeli government.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered.
And as I pointed out to you before, folks, this would be roughly the equivalent of having that'd be roughly the equivalent of our government, all three branches of our government, consisting nothing but of Christian fundamentalist nationalists. Not that I have anything against Christianity. I'm just saying, take your most hardcore fundamentalists will have no problem actually throwing stones at you, just for even saying that you disagree with how they interpret a scripture, an old scripture that belongs to your faith, and that's just basically the general gist of what you're looking at right there. And that's basically for the rest of Israel's history right there, all the way up to now. And what little land they still have left, they are basically, best way I can describe it for you is, for those who aren't quarantined into the West Banks or even the Israel or Gaza strips, the ones that are allowed to live in the rest of the lands that is basically considered Israel's own land holdings.
Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Palestinians of all ages, genders, what have you, regardless if even the Palestinian is a Jew and has been Jew for generations, has come from a Jewish family 100%. Yes, folks, I'll point this out to you. Contrary to your popular belief, Palestinians are actually really are not strictly Islamic. There are some who converted to Islam back when the Ottoman Turks conquer the region, but there are some that were already prior to that were either Jewish or some who practiced the old Mesopotamian worship the old Mesopotamian deities, and some that actually converted to Christianity. So you have why, like I said, this is why it's such a hard, volatile area for the Ottoman Turks. It's why it's impressive that the Ottoman Turks managed to hold this area for such a long ass time compared to any other empire before or since them. So, even if, it doesn't matter what whether the Palestinian is Jewish or not, the fact is they are always treated the same way as. Actually, I can't to say the same as it would be belittling the concept. They were treated basically the same way as Africans were treated in South Africa during South Africa's apartheid, which lasted well until Nelson Mandela became president, I think, being the first black South African to actually hold the office. I think. I mean, somebody might remember that history, South African history, better than I do. I mean, my history overall is sketchy. And I can remember some tidbits here and there, not specifics all the time, unless I take the time to go back over it and brush up on it, because that's a lot of information to be stored into one cranium, folks. And I emphasize a lot of information to be stored in one cranium. But needless to say, This will be fine for now. I'll figure out the rest later. Needless to say,
Next on the agenda.
they are required to have an identification card colored based on, you know, what level of access they're given to allow to go, you know, from like one part from one town to another, to even go one section of a town to a different section of another town, and what facilities they can and cannot access. That includes even medical facilities, folks. I want you to understand that concept, and that's just for the Palestinians who are actually are not in the West Bank and Gaza areas. The West Bank has even slightly worse than that. Oh, crap. You know, I knew I skipped over a vital fact. Oh, part of also the Balfour Declaration and eventually the UN resolution were parceled out the city of Jerusalem itself as an independent international zone, meaning that it was supposed to be wasn't supposed to be controlled by either Palestinians or Israelites. It was supposed to be universally joint controlled internationally by all countries, because the city is honestly a very religious site. I mean, if you just take into account just Judaism, just the three Abrahamic religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they all have sites there that pertain to either their most prominent prophets or to some special place in their history, as far as like battles and stuff like that. So that's why the United Kingdom at the time of the Balfour Declaration thought it would be best just to have it as an international area. So that way, people from all faiths from those three faiths around the world could be able to come there peacefully and be able to actually make their mandatory pilgrimages if they practice those types of things. You know, like for example, Islam has their one pilgrimage where it starts from there and it has to go all the way to Mecca, if I'm right. I can't remember what the hell it's called off the top of my head, but that's one prime example of what I'm talking about. Then you got also the fact. Then if you talk about for Judaism itself, you're looking at is like for example the Wall of Jericho, and I can't remember exactly all that pertains to that. Then you also have the Temple on the Mount, of course. From it was supposed to be the site where Abraham was supposed to sacrifice his son Isaac, I think. I know you guys are going to say Isaac. I'm pronouncing it its original Aramaic pronunciation. Bite me. But yeah. And then you also have the there's the wait, isn't the Wailing Wall supposed to like the old, when it was first torched down by, that's the Wailing Wall. I can't remember if it's called the Wailing Wall. It's the old wall where they do that special prayers. I can't remember what the hell it's called off the top of my head, but it's supposed to be like the wall of the original first of Jerusalem's original building and foundation prior to the sacking of the I think it was the Assyrians. There we are. I had to think of it. I think, if not the Babylonians. I can't remember which. I think it was the Babylonians. Wait, I'm going to double check. I did make a footnote here on my notebook for that.
Don't we have a job to do?
I mean, I didn't. Yeah, okay, so it's right between the after the Exodus, and that's when... Maybe I need to relook it up. But I think it was when the first Babylonian Empire not this now to give go off a tangent here real quick. But remember, folks, there was two Babylonian empires. There was the first Babylonian Empire.
That is what life in Mondstadt
That was
is all about,
basically Hammurabi and his lineage, and then there was some infighting which allowed the over succession. I can't remember over what exactly, but it was the last of Hammurabi's lineage that died, and there wasn't exactly another suitable heir at the time, so they had a little bit of infighting over who should take over the throne after that. And during that time, that's when the Persians came in. Cyrus the Great came in, conquered the Babylonians, liberated Jerusalem,
Everything is negotiable,
and allowed
except overtime.
the Israelites to migrate back into it and build their second temple, if memory serves me right. But sometime in between that time frame, you get my point. World history is ridiculously complex, as I told you guys at the start of this. But that's the gist of it, folks, for that part. And like I said, the West Bank has it slightly worse than regular Palestinians who live in the West Bank or in the Gaza Strip. And that's, of course, they're still really in the minority of everything, even regardless of what belief religion they have. And then you go to what the hell you call it? I'm way far off my mark for that commission. And then you have whatchamacallit, then you have the mind you, the West Bank is on the border of, well, Jordan. And the Jordan closed that their border with them for a while back, good while back, because they were overrun with Palestinian refugees. And I emphasize overrun with Palestinian refugees. I wish I was joking on that. It was their border, so now that's basically as far as the West Bank is concerned, the only way in and out is basically in through the Jerusalem area, for the most part, because Jerusalem sits right on the western border of the West Bank region. I think if I'm right, the border actually kind of runs right to the middle of Jerusalem. But anyways, so yeah, their northern part is bordered still with Israel, and then their southern border part is still also still goes into Israel. So the Israeli government pretty much regulates the coming and going out of West Bank as well, such as supplies and such like that. And then you got, on top of that, then you go to the Gaza Strip, where a lot of, I guess you could say, the extremists tend to live, is in there. And for fortunately a good reason. That place is literally called an open air. It's called by most human rights organizations and health organizations around the world. Call it an open air prison, because there literally is border guard like all around it, for starters. Two, the border, the entry points are entry checkpoints. Well, I forgot to even mention checkpoints. Okay, I will once I get to this part right here. The entry points are either guarded by Israel on its northern and eastern sides, or Egypt on its southern and western sides. And both of them are not, especially Egypt's not really keen on allowing any of them in to their country on it. And it's not because of religious beliefs or anything. It's because they have their own issues. They've dealt with their own issues as far as terrorists during the course of their history, from World War I on up. And the last thing they want is having more extreme, radical extremists sneaking into their country. Kind of a huge issue with that. And I know, folks, if a terrorist wants to get in, they'll find ways to get in if they have the will for it. I know that still doesn't change the fact that that's the line of thought for that, dudes and dudettes. And then top that off. What goes inside West Bank is even more heavily regulated because of the fact is it usually tends to be a safe haven for a lot of terrorist organizations, Palestinian terrorist organizations over the course for the last 50 or so years. And that's what the citizens there have to suffer through because of that crap. heavily regulated. I mean, the only other place they got as far as an exit is concerned is the. And people will say, well, Gaza has the coastline right there. They could just get on a ship, and no, that area is also heavily guarded as well. Surprisingly enough, like I said, it is an open air prison. The best way I could explain how Gaza is actually, folks, in terms you can understand this, think of North Korea, but the size of maybe the size of Rhode Island and one of New Jersey cities combined. I can't remember which city it is though, but not New York. I can tell you that, but still, that gives you an idea of what that area is like. Now, you might want to say, well, that doesn't sound too horribly bad, but then I want to point out to you this. Top that off, the electricity and the water that goes into in and out of that region is controlled by the Israeli government, not by the people who live, not by the Gazans themselves, or if you're in the West Bank, the West Bankers. That's all controlled by the Israeli government themselves. Surprisingly, they haven't decided to cut it off a long time ago, and then some, because they knew it would be a huge PR nightmare. And honestly, that's the fact. That would have to get me get involved into a whole lot of things about politics that we don't have the time for. Because, like I said, this is almost time to wrap up here. So you got that as part of that nonsense, and then to top that all off, if you want to top that all off, there's also the roadways and areas there, just like in regular parts of the regular parts of Israel are heavily segregated as well. And that depends on also whether or not you have the right identification card to get into said place or not. Once again, I'm gonna reiterate that for you. Heavily segregated. Like I said, as bad as apartheid South Africa was, it was nowhere near close to how bad this gets, folks. And if you want, so that's every single section of road you can think, road, passage, pathway, what have you, for any form of any traveling inside of Gaza itself, and West Bank are like that. With Gaza being even worse than West Bank is on this one. That's just for that, and the worst part of all is, just even for someone to get to basically take a trip, do a car trip that's about maybe a 20-minute drive to work for us here in the United States, for example, would take 4 hours just to get through in Gaza for a Palestinian. I mean, I've seen some of the footages for some of the checkpoints they had to go through. I mean, it's like looking at a bunch of prisoners being transferred from one side of a prison to another. Max security prison, not light security prison for blue collar criminals. I'm talking about maximum security for, the worst of the worst. That level of crap, folks. That's what I'm talking about here. That gives you the whole gist of this power keg that would eventually lead to the October 6th, I think it's October 6th. Let me double check myself here. Okay, I was off by 1 day. That's not too bad, honestly, considering how bad my memory tends to be at these things. October 7th. That's what led to the power keg. That built up all the possible the oxidants, the fuel, and the ignition necessary to explode the power keg that eventually became what happened on October 7th, folks. Now,
next on the agenda.
Now, like I said, but as I was saying, try living under those conditions for about 60 or so years for the oldest of the Palestinians, mind you. That doesn't count the fact that, well, at least especially in Gaza, that half the population since like the early 2000s were mostly, at least 50% of them are children classified as children legally. So you're looking at people under the age of 21. Try living in those. When you try living in those conditions for such a long ass time. I mean, the only people who could honestly say who've lived under conditions like that would have been the Jews during the Nazis occupations, who had to live in concentration camps. Those are the people who have who experienced something similar to what the Palestinians had to suffer through for the last 6 years, and they had to do it on a much shorter scale. I think from at the oldest internment camps by the time World War II was finished in Europe was maybe 5-6 years old tops. Yeah, I know. Man, I can't see you folks, but I can imagine that some of you are having that look on your face like you're trying to process that concept. Like that's a lot to process for you because you were barely able to process and wrap your brain around how people could live through Auschwitz and shit like that. That's what they had to deal with. That's why they're always constantly trying. Why the extremist groups and always pop up in Palestine? Why extremist groups never die out in Gaza, especially in Gaza, don't die out. It's because you got all that shit that just makes the people there more angry and angrier, and human beings only have even the best of human beings still have a breaking point, folks. They just have a longer fuse and a much higher threshold breaking point, but there's still a breaking point. You deal with all that, and then that's when it comes up. And that's not to say that peace talks weren't tried, honestly, because there were. I mean, the PLO, or the PA, as they're called now, I think right now at this point, the Palestinian authorities, I mean, they tried brokering some form of solution with the Israeli government. A lot of it broke down mostly because that's not to say that. I mean, because one side or the other were given offers that they weren't willing to agree to. I mean, it's hard to broker peace when you got sides that aren't willing to agree to certain to certain agreements and appeasements and stuff like that. And I'll explain what my thinking is on the solutions, but first I'm trying to give you guys the whole context, the whole gist, the context, I've been wondering how I was running around in circles, and that's why. I was running around in circles because I was trying to figure out where the heck I was supposed to go for that particular commission, and now I know where to go, as I'm jabber on. Alright, so yeah, there's that. All that context, all the understanding. See, and that is basically the underlying cause of the issue for the most part, folks. Is that? But yes, like I said, so it's not like they didn't try peace talks. I mean, one almost managed to actually get the closest that Israel and Palestine actually, and the Israeli government and the Palestinians actually managed to come close to action and agreement to actually reach a peace treaty. Was I'm trying to remember what the dude's name was. Crap. Why does I always have to try to recall something that I can't recall? Because it's and I forgot to write it down because it's important.
There's still a lot left to do.
Yitzhak Rabin. Yitzhak Rabin. I think my dad might remember him. Do you remember who Yitzhak Rabin was, Dad? He was pretty important because he was still in the Middle East at the time when he was Prime Minister for Israel. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, he was a war veteran, I think, if I'm right, but the funniest part was he was extremely anti-war, though, even though he was a war veteran himself. He was the 5th Prime Minister of Israel. Died in assassinated in 1995. He even served as a U.S. ambassador, as an Israeli ambassador to the United States in during I want to say Johnson's administration. Let's see, 1968. That was Johnson's administration, wasn't it? Or was that was that Nixon? Because I know Nixon served at least one term. 1968. 71 was Nixon, if I'm right? 69 to 71. If I'm right, in the 60s, wasn't he part of the CIA? Him and Bush, I know we're both in the CIA, I remember that much.
Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do.
Yeah, he served in Haganah and in the Israeli Defense Forces during 1941 to 1967, so that was from his 20s to his 40s, practically. Yeah. But yeah, so... Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't have thought that he was raised in a Zionist family, but... Because he was definitely... Because based on his political career in terms of being, you know... He was totally against, totally the exact opposite. I mean, yeah, he started in the military stuff, but he was totally, his fundamental beliefs were the exact opposite. Well, yeah, because I remember right, still to this day, Israel requires their, yeah, because remember, they have a mandatory, once they hit legal adulthood, they have a mandatory 2-year service, remember, right? Yeah, see? The only exemptions are for those who are entering clergy. That's it. And you have to be certified clergyman to get the exemption. So there's that for you folks on a little bit of extra piece of side branch history for Israel that I had to point out to you for this. But yeah, Rabin was was the closest. When he was in his second term served his second term back in 92 to 95, he was the closest to ever actually brokering peace with the Palestinians as far as a solution for land and whatever. But he was unfortunately assassinated by a Zionist extreme group, and that put the kibosh on any peace after that because no one else came close to actually being able to broker peace with them at all.
Should we really be off this early? There is
it's
still
not
a
like
lot left
it's
to
not
do.
like that there's a lack of trying, or that the Palestinian people was there and especially in the Gaza are not liking what they're being offered, because there are some cases where they are. It's not that they can't be appeased, folks. It's just that the fundamental foundations of what is the Israel government make it extremely difficult, if not almost damn near impossible, to reach an accord in that regard. And that's kind of what led up to basically what happened on October 7th. And I'm not going to get into full details on what happened there, because because it is really, really probably some of the worst things you'll ever see a human being do to other human beings, basically, folks. I mean, I'm pretty much used to seeing disturbing crap, but when they got to the part in that footage where the one woman was being passed around between the men, if you catch to keep that as PG-13 as I can get, that was when I had to stop watching it, or at the very least I had to skip through through that part, because that's something I could barely stomach, and even then I didn't want to. But that tells you an idea of how atrocious that was. And then, of course, we get up to the what some would not consider an overreaction, but fortunately, by most standards, especially when you talk about international laws, which require me to go into the Hague Convention from there's like 3 different Hague Conventions. You're talking about like the one in 1899, the one in 1907. There was another one, I think, between those 2 years, or just one a little bit after the 1907. There was supposed to be a 4th one that didn't happen because of World War I breaking out. Then you have the Geneva Conventions, one that happened just right at the cusp of before World War I started, to set at least the preliminary boundaries of how the war was to be conducted for World War I. Prior to, it's like basically like two fighters meeting each other and then laying down each other's terms of two people back in the old days dueling, meeting out the terms of how their duel will be conducted. That kind of stuff, folks. That was the very first Geneva Convention, if I remember right. If not the very first Geneva Convention, was probably after the final Napoleonic Wars. I think was actually the first Geneva Convention. Most people, when people talk about the Geneva Convention, they usually refer to the Geneva Convention, the final one that happened after World War II ended. But there's a lot of international laws that were developed and were signed and agreed to prior to World War I, basically, practically at the end of the Napoleonic Wars, all the way up to at the end of World War II, to help to talk about how warfare is supposed to be conducted, and or what can be considered a crime against what is considered acceptable actions against even non-combatant, how non-combatants are involved and what isn't involved. The whole spiel of what could be considered a war crime, if you want to put it all in a nutshell, which is still not exactly accurate, but that's how you get it there, folks. Basically, everything that's tantamount, everything that has been done by, as far as the Israeli Defense Forces from basically then, since October 7th on up to now, has been classified by a lot of human rights, not just only human rights organizations, the World Health Organization, but also the UN itself. Just now, if you consider the the votes that was just done recently in the UN Assembly alone, in the last I think it was 2 or 3 weeks now at this point. I can't remember because I've been having a lot of news feeds to keep up with lately, as well as trying to actually write this down in my notebook. God, my voice is breaking up so bad, folks. But to write all that stuff down, just to break it down for you folks. Between all that, I haven't been able to keep up everything that's going on with the UN either. But in a nutshell, everything as far as what Israel has done is basically is classified as a war crime based on one of those things that was one of those conventions at that time period that has been in effect ever since, and has been agreed upon by basically mostly European powers. True, but if I'm right, the not so much the first Hague Convention, but if I'm right, the second Hague Convention, and at least the second Geneva Convention and on up afterwards, our government has actually participated in not only the hearings for those, but also the legislating and ratifying of those international laws. So yeah, we've had a say and hand in for those things, folks. Which begs the question: why the hell does our country ever break those damn things for over the course of our last 60 plus years? That's another topic for another day. And normally that would be a segue for me to hop on off, and for you chumps to get the deuce out. But no, I'm still not quite finished. We'll get to that. So now that I've laid out all the groundwork, I guess the final part is, well, still, what is my stance on this thing? Well, the stance on the thing is this. I just want to say a few things first to add top of that. Now, no way. Now, in case you guys missed the forest for the tree or the tree for the forest, one of those things. Before you guys get all up in arms about what I was saying and start calling me anti-Semitic, I know there's someone going to be somewhere in the comment section who will do that, because either they're a troll or they're a complete and utter buffoon who does not understand what the term actually means, as I explained much earlier. What Hamas did on that day was, even if it was remotely justified, was still inexcusable. Period. I mean, and I know of some of my favorite broadcasters I listen to keep up to date on some other different types of news, especially American politics. To use the terminology, that'd be like that would have been like if Al Qaeda came. If Al Qaeda dropped a plane on top of Coachella. For those who want a better analogy for it, so you can relate to it, that would have been like that. The rough equivalency of that, and that still would not equate because, like I said, there was the whole, just the amount of atrocities that was committed by this terrorist group, by this extremist group. Oh, and I did skip quite a few other important factors. I forgot to mention this, folks. Okay, so up until roughly around the late 90s, I want to say, if I'm right. The PLO, and I can't remember what it stands for, and I'm going to try and remember here if I shouldn't say, yeah, okay, there you are. See, I told you, folks. See, my dad, he's not quite an expert when it comes to what goes on in Israel, but he can remember at least some of the information here that I can't quite remember off the top of my head about this stuff. The Palestinian Liberation Organization was the main, you can't say ruling or governing by per se, but they were basically basically union leaders. They were like the main union leader for the whole for the Palestinian population as a whole, regardless of whether they lived in Gaza or West Bank. They were pretty much in power. Pretty much were basically the de facto leaders, basically of the Gaza Palestinians, up until around the late 90s. That's when Hamas really got into. Oh, I didn't want one, but sure, I'll probably munch on it a little bit later once I get done jabber-jawing my jaws off. They were pretty much up until the late 90s, and that's not late 90s actually. Well, way past late 90s, but their power started waning in the late 90s, if I'm right, because Hamas eventually took over Gaza back in, I think it was like mid-2000s. Oh, here it is. Cool. Oh, that makes it even worse. I didn't realize that they were Sunnis, Sunni Islamists. Those are, to give you an idea, folks. That's like Sunnis are like the Zionist are like the Islamic equivalent of Zionist or Christian fundamentalist. That's hardcore. What you would call hardcore believers of sorts. But anyways, yeah, I know Hamas was founded 36 years ago in 1987. I know that, but when did they take control of Gaza, though? That's the question. Because, good grief, I can't remember where the hell they at. Yeah, that's... Okay, let's go hit up the history part. It'll be a lot quicker. Second Intifada was when again? 2000, so yeah, my dad already retired by then. Oh, fun little factoid while I'm looking this up, folks. My father was actually was around in Israel for you were in Israel at least for the first Intifada. Wait, no, first Intifada was 1967, if I'm right. Okay, so you weren't there for that. You was there for the I know there was the second Intifada was in 2000, but there was something else that happened in between the first and second that I can't remember off the top of my head. I know it couldn't have been the Yom Kippur War, because Yom Kippur War is like in the 60s, if I'm right? Oh yeah, it was 60s, because the Hamas attacked right on the 60th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, if memory serves right. 2006. That's when that's when Hamas gained control over Gaza. It was 2006, folks. All right. So, and mind you, right around the time, in case you're I really hate having to do political history and stuff, but we'll keep this really short and simple. So, Well, didn't so much gave Gaza Strip up. What they did was they pulled out any personnels in Gaza Strip. Huh? I mean, they had some settlements, I know, on West Bank, but I know after the second Intifada, but that was roughly, of course, the prime minister at the time was not Benjamin Netanyahu, was not him at the time. He was he was the reason why the second Intifada was even happening in the first place. And then he had to resign. And after he resigned, or either he resigned or he was voted out of office. I can't remember which. But his predecessor was the one who stopped the settlements on Gaza Strip, pulled out military personnel from there. Although, to appease the Zionists in his party, or not in his party, but in that was in the high-ranking offices. He maintained at least a security grid around there, like fences, watchtowers, that sort of thing. I remember that much. And then he was voted out of office, or either he was voted out of office, or he just didn't bother going in for a second term. I can't remember which. But then after him, Netanyahu came back in again. And had been in since. Now, okay, now that I caught you guys up on their electoral history a little bit, the thing what most people don't get is Netanyahu, I don't know why I said Netanyahu propped up Hamas a lot. I mean, he did everything he can to actually help make them become more popular amongst especially amongst the Gazans, particularly. Because this was a political, and it's not just from him. It's also from his political party, viewed it as a good as a political strategy of keeping the Palestinians from uniting. And good job on that to a certain degree. I'll give him that. Well done. But and for those in the back who don't get sarcasm, that was me being exceptionally sarcastic. And believe it or not, they also helped fund Hamas to a certain degree for their political campaign against the PLO leader at the time. I guess you could tell from the October 6th attack where those fundings went to. It wasn't to to help them with, corrupt Hamas government. All the stuff, the evil stuff, using it for the military. Exactly. But you see, this goes back to the point of well, yeah, but this is akin to shooting yourself in your own foot, in a sense. It's pretty sad when your own people fight one against your own people in favor of Hamas. Yeah. Well, like I said, this is why I told you when we was discussing about this. This is why I said this is such a ridiculously complex thing that it's hard to talk to people to other Americans about it, because most people tend to only think in linear thinking, and they don't understand how ridiculously complex. There's a lot. Well, it's not just so much the history; it's a lot of the politics, especially when you get into the talk. Like I said, when I was talking about how not all of Israelites were exiled when they were ousted by when the Romans destroyed the Second Temple. Just only the ones who were. Well, the 12 tribes. A lot of people get that 12 tribes things a little bit incorrect. What they meant by the 12 tribes of Israel is that dealt with people who followed the 12 descendants of Isaac. His 12 children. That's what they mean by the 12 tribes. They had different ways of interpreting the scriptures, but they still were basically Jew. They were still Hebrews. Now, if you're talking about prior to Abraham migrating to the Levant region, yeah, there were different other ethnicity groups prior to that, like the Samites, the Canaanites, Hematites, and I can't remember a few other names off the top of my damn head, but
Ones that were well best noted with
the Canaanites, there's more often than not because they get mentioned a lot, especially by Christian pastors.
Yeah, a lot of people thought it was the Canaanites, but it was the Mennonites.
The Mennonites are Canaanites and the Mennonites are the two most mentioned now. The indigenous people of the Levant region.
The other tribes supposedly.
Yeah, because you see the Hebrews descended from the 12 tribes, which descended from Isaac, who is the son of Abraham, which is often why the three religions are called the Abrahamic religions. He came originally from Ur, which is in Chaldea, which was a province of the first Babylonian Empire. So technically speaking, they're descended from Babylonians. There you go, folks. Anthropology history right there a little bit, but huh? Well, yeah, because you got the intermingling from the Turks from the far north who settled into the region too at the same time, roughly, if not a little bit afterwards. But no, the city of from the and no, it was in the province of Chaldea, which is a province of Babylon, which was. The city of is located in modern-day Iran. If I'm right, it should be about roughly almost 60 miles east of the either Tigris or the Euphrates. Huh? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
They was one that stripped all the religions from the different religions.
Not all the different religions, just mostly, to be more accurate, what would be considered the
scarier is if they find out that some of those civilization ain't as old as the ones that find out in the ocean.
Well, that's kind of hard to do a different story on that one. That would take in itself a long time because the fact is we're not quite there to actually be able to stay underneath those depths long enough to do a thorough.
Some of them during the Roman times, a lot of the cities.
Yeah, well, because water levels have changed quite I wouldn't say frequently. In the terms of geological time periods, you could say it basically quickly, like in the blink of an eye, but if you're talking about in the human lifespan, long-ass time. Well, if you're talking, the Bible itself doesn't specifically say, but if you go based on some correlation between Bible and basically some of the archaeological and anthropological findings, it'd be roughly in between the Tigris and Euphrates. They're not quite sure where between, they just know between. But I was not exactly getting on biblical history here, but I do find it fascinating.
A lot of those seas over there, like the Black Sea and that,
Mm-hmm.
they still have actually
Well, yeah, of course, because the Black Sea's pretty deep.
investigated a lot of them. Because see, during the flood, the Great
Yeah.
Flood,
It's because the Black Sea happens to be one of, if I'm right, it's one of, if not the deepest inland body of water
yeah,
in the world, if I'm right.
another one there.
It's been a long time since I had to remember that factoid. I just remember that was mentioned in my my world history class when we was doing the history of Russia and stuff like that.
That's big too, and that's one up in China.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of the lake that's in.
Now, they're having problems with water,
Yeah.
Turkey and that.
Mhm.
They're just having problems with it.
Yeah. All right. Now that I've done sidetracked a little bit with that, folks. My point is basically so during because of that. But yeah, like I said, that's like what I said, the fact that they helped fund Hamas was like themselves shooting the foot. That's like how we shot ourselves in the foot when we helped fund all the various different different tribes in Afghanistan in the hopes of actually, either them taking each other out and stuff like that. And look how that backfired horribly. Well, yeah, I mean, Vietnam is another good prime. Yeah, you figured that would be the first example for like I said, because honestly though, how that happened would have not have happened the way it did if it wasn't for the fact that South Vietnamese dictator wasn't worse than what Ho Chi Minh was in terms of being like, because well, the thing is we knew going in that he was a dictator to begin with, and it was a terrible person to begin with. We went in knowing that, Dad. I mean, it'd been one thing if we went in and not known, like with Baptista, for example, who was basically dictator of Cuba before his ass got toppled over by Fidel Castro and Chavez Guerrero, I think his name was, or some shit like that. That was a prime example of one we didn't know, but we didn't care regardless. Anyways, but that would require me to go into American foreign policy and shit like that. No. What our involvement with Cuba prior to for installing Baptiste in the first place had nothing to do with worry about being invaded whatsoever. It had more to do with greed. Capitalism more than anything else. Capitalistic greed.
I don't know what kind of form of government it is. It just ousted the Communist Party in Argentina.
Argentina just recently? Yeah, they did, and which was democratically elected, and they ousted them. That was back also in the 60s.
And guess what? Argentina got.
Well, if we're talking about Argentina's current government now, the current leader that they have now was democratically elected. But if you're talking about back in the roughly the 60s-ish area, that was one where we helped oust the democratically elected socialist leader and a dictator took his place and was basically the ruler of that country for up until the 90s, almost up until the 90s, if not slightly after the 90s. If I'm right, he was still a leader. If I'm right, it's the same leader who was.
We get a lot of our oil from Saudi Arabia, even though South America has a lot of oil.
Yeah.
Because a lot of those were communist.
Reason why, well, it's because when they overthrew when they either voted out or overthrew their leaders that were heavily what's the word I'm looking for now? Crap. I'm trying to remember this.
See, a lot of those countries didn't.
Yeah, because the leaders
didn't get their governments wasn't really formed by America. Most of it was formed by Britain, Germany.
Oh, I can name them off the top. I can name them all for you. United Kingdom, Germany, Portugal, Spain, France. The major European powers for most of the most of the 1000s. But yeah.
They didn't really govern it.
All they did was just basically exploit it. Well, because at the time they weren't industrialized. That, and you also got to remember, the Middle East wasn't even industrialized until almost the late 90s, 1900s. Yeah, that's right. They did. What I'm saying is the Middle East wasn't industrialized until almost the mid to late 1900s. Almost 2 centuries later than the United Kingdom. Almost at least a century and a half after the United States. And the United States was one of the last countries to industrialize as far as Western powers were concerned. I mean, hell, Russia didn't industrialize. Sorry, voice is cracking up lately because I've been driving on too much. But Russia didn't industrialize until World War II, until Hitler's invasion forced them to industrialize.
And where did they get most of their stuff from? The United States.
They get their. Well, I don't know how much of they get their stuff they get from us per se, but I do know is they get it from various sources. I mean, they have their own oil fields for crying out loud.
Yeah, but we help them industrialize Like automobiles, airplanes.
I would say the most we helped them with industrialization was during Tsar Nicholas the Second's reign. I think I'm trying to remember here because I'm trying to remember which Tsar was the Tsar that got them started industrializing in the early 1900s before he kicked the bucket. Because if I'm right, Alexander was the last Tsar was Alexander the Third. If I'm right, don't quote me on it, folks. Well, you gotta remember there was two Nicholas. There was Nicholas correction. There was three Nicholases. No, two, three. There was two Nicholas. There was Nicholas the Reformer, Nicholas the oppressor. Nicholas the Nicholas the Reformer was the one who got it, who freed who abolished the feudalist system permanently. Although it was a start, but it didn't still help much. Trust me, this is a really ridiculously long history lesson just for Russia alone. There's a reason why, folks. There's a reason why Russians are as tend to be, I guess, angry, as you say, about everything frequently. It's a long history to that, but that's now I'm going way too far off topic from what I originally said. I'm already 30 minutes over my original time for ending this broadcast, but it's been fun to actually talk history on a Jersey Scouts and let you folks listen to it. And of course, I should probably get into do my commissions while I'm doing this because I'm ever-drawing way too much. All right, so like I said, so basically he basically, and of course, everyone knew, by the time that they were helped funded Hamas to with the election part, so that way they would take the power away from the PLO. The whole world over, since 1987 knew, and the UN, like I said, the World Humanitarian Rights Organization around the world had labeled Hamas a terrorist organization by this. So it's not like the Israeli government didn't go in funding Hamas, not knowing what the hell they were or what they did. They knew. They knew. And she talked that, so that's basically how that set up Hamas to being what it being able to do what it did on that day on October 7th, folks. I'm trying to remember. There's one other important information that I had to put in there as well. I'm trying to think. Well, okay, a couple of informations. First and foremost, actually those two are pertinent as well, but those are four more important ones, and they shouldn't be. And the one I needed to talk about needed to go before that, and I'm trying to remember. Okay, like I said, they funded Hamas, so there's that. Alright. Okay. Actually, not what I'm going to say actually has to come after the next two I got to talk about first. Okay, so... Alright, so, top that off. At the time that and to say that it was a bit of a surprise attack, honestly, folks, is such... if I'm being brutally honest, it's such a farce that there's no joke in the world that can make it funny. But not only that, because at least months prior to the planned attack happening, Egypt's intelligence department even contacted Israel's government, the Israeli government, and let them know that this attack was planned on being done on that day. So either they willfully ignored it, or they didn't take it seriously enough. Whichever case, still is a huge negligence alone. A dereliction of duty, practically, you want to think about that in military terms. And then you top that off, the fact that they knew it was going to happen, didn't buy up any additional security whatsoever to ensure that the Yom Kippur War celebration went undisturbed. top that all off, it took, according to the reports, it took like 15 hours for them to actually respond from the moment that the attack was being reported happening at the time. I mean, mind you, like I said, they got watchtowers and stuff like that, so they have at least security. At the very minimum, they had security cameras, as much as I have to say this. And there's got to be someone up in the office somewhere watching this shit go down. So how it takes 15 to 16 hours to respond is beyond me, and I don't even remember what the hell the reasoning was given for it. But I mean, I have even the poorest trained militaries I've ever read about in history. In terms of modern history, folks, I'm not going to talk about from like back in pre-World War I, practically pre-automobile. I'm not talking about that, because even with the old ass automobiles, it shouldn't have taken that long, honestly. But never took that long to respond to an attack with the current transportation we have for mobility and all that stuff, folks. Should not have taken that long, and it did. So, I mean, one could look at it as if the Zionists and the Israeli government were hoping would let it happen, so that way they would be justified in their reaction, I guess you could say, in doing what they had done in Gaza in the last 2 months. I mean, and that's a fair way to look at it. Especially if any of you folks have ever read Niccolo Machiavelli's The Prince. For those who haven't, I recommend you do so, just to because it gives you an idea of what politics is really like, how politics really works in real life. It gives you a good idea. Although there are some douchebags who like Kissinger, who happen to take what the philosophies that are philosophies and point and you know, logical points put in that, and they take it to the warped extreme version of those. But I don't. So I recommend you, at least if you want to learn how politics works, to the most part, recommend you read that. But yeah, because this is where we get the term Machiavellian from. Is where we get that from. It's from the because of the author who wrote that intricate piece of political philosophy. I mean, the dude was pretty brilliant for a 15th, 16th century Italian politician, I'm guessing. I can't remember exactly when when The Prince was wrote. Alright, I got a little critter here I want to smash so hard, but it's gonna have to wait until I could get him into an area where I can actually keep him from escaping. There. Alright. Fun times, folks. Fun times. Alright. But yeah. One could say that would be exceptionally Machiavellian, and that wouldn't be too far off, honestly, if I want to think about that. Now, with that being stated now, that will backtrack to my point. Well, point out this: why, what the Israeli government is doing as far as how they're conducting what's going on in Gaza at the moment. I just want to explain this. Best way I can describe it is basically their version of the Vietnam War, and that's actually put in a very, very, very nice tone in comparison, honestly, to a certain degree, depending on who you ask, because Vietnam War got really messy, and that's another whole another 3-hour discussion I don't want to get into, honestly. But because I'm already dragging this one on long enough. I told you folks, when it comes to this subject, when you ask me if you guys want to know what I think about it, you're gonna be sitting here a good long while. But so especially if you think about, especially with especially if you get more along the lines of with Cambodia, because Cambodia, while not actually participating in the Vietnam War per se, unfortunately got to suffer some of the of
Be
Cambodia
purged. World be
that
saved.
bordered near Vietnam, that bordered with Vietnam, is the same logic that's being used for what the devastation you've seen in on the news, and not just on the news, American news, because the American news downplays it big time. But if you guys, I know for some of you, if you haven't, try to find like news video footage from other news channels around the world, especially if you're talking about like from the middle news channels from Turkey, for example, or even from Turkey especially, because while they have no animosity towards Israel at all, they will not side with them whatsoever on anything if it is against human rights and stuff like that, because they have been outspoken on some of that issues on that front. And trust me, they have no love for Palestinians. They don't. They don't allow Palestinians to immigrate there practically for the most part. Or if I'm right, they do, but they have the immigration for
That
Palestinians
whole arm
is
doesn't
rigid,
distinguish
really
friend
rigid for
from
getting
foe.
into Turkey,
And
from
there's
what I
clearly
heard.
a limit to the Red Rope's power. That's
But
why
point is, from that level of devastation you see that's exactly the same kind of thing we Americans did with Cambodia because of the Ho Chi Minh, because of the North Vietnamese army was smuggling their supply line through a trail through basically jungle trails in Cambodia, because Cambodia and Vietnam both have the same type of topography, if you will. And since Cambodia was a neutral country, it made it easier for them to basically move their supply line through there. And we totally disrespected. Now, I can't remember if the Cambodian government knew about it and just looked the other way because they felt, you know what, neutral. We don't care who pushes their supply lines through our jungles. Just leave us out of it. Just don't fuck it up or something like that. Whatever their thought process was, or if they just didn't know and just were in the total dark about it. Because mind you, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, and if I'm right, Thailand at the time too was still technically considered part of French Indonesia as well. If I'm right, they just got done ousting the French authorities out from there at the end of World War II. So they were, and they had already been, their whole large amounts of their resources had already been exploited. They had not much of an economy to speak of without their French overlords there. Even when the French were occupying them, they still didn't have much of an economy to work with. Period. So Cambodia's intelligence network was pretty much non-existent there. So odds are they didn't know, and even if they did know, not like they did, were willing to do much about it, especially if they're going to receive funds for the usage of their trails. But my point is, they were neutral, and basically, if you ask any Cambodians to this day still how terrifying it could sometimes be to walk out into the rural areas, they will tell you. You cannot go one step without worrying about setting off a mine, because there's a lot of undetonated bombs that still are stuck in the ground there. They still haven't been dug out yet, if that tells you anything. And for those for the kids in the back of the class who think, well, it's been about 60 years, those things can't possibly detonate. Let me tell you something: the shelf life of a bomb. The ingredients, the shelf life of the ingredients that make up a bomb, a carpet bomb, for example, a carpet bomb. I can't remember what the hell those type of bombs are, or what they're actually called, but they're used for carpet bombing. Anyways, the shelf life of those things are like hundreds of years. It can at least be easy 100 years, as long as it's kept protected from the moisture and the wind. It can last for a good 100 years plus, easy, folks. I mean, shit. There's still places in Normandy that are condoned off from tourists because there are still bombs and mines still lodged or buried in the sand there, and that's been almost 80 years since then. Now imagine something like on a small scale like that, but expand that to about at least maybe a third, at least a fifth of the land for a country that's landlocked. That gives you an idea of that. So that tells you exactly kind of what you're looking at for what happens in Gaza right now, and that's why it's considered quite a humanitarian crisis right now. Especially since with you and the United Nations, I wouldn't say unanimously, but the in majority have voted voted it as a humanitarian issue. Now, now I explained the part about the whole, well, the politics of that part. Now they're going to tell you one more thing. Now, for those of you, and also for those who think that, well, Hamas was a pretty dumb thing and they could just sit there and commit an atrocity like that and not expect the retaliation, let me ask you a question. Considering that Hamas is basically would be considered technically a paramilitary group originally, before they were classified as a terrorist group, as a paramilitary terrorist group, you really think we're not hoping for that type of level of retaliation? Let me ask you. Let me beg you I want to say beg the question. Let me ask you folks another question to get those gears turning a little bit. Did you really think Al Qaeda hijacked those planes, hoping to crash it in? Well, granted, they didn't get the targets that they want, but still, did you think they hijacked those planes with the goal of crashing them into their intended targets, and thinking that would terrify Americans into not wanting to fly on planes ever again? Americans have been afraid of flying on planes long before that, because there were plenty of hijackers even before that in the 80s. I think you might be familiar with some of the plane hijackings in the 80s, right? American Airlines and stuff like that. See, there were so many back then. He doesn't even remember hardly any of them. Or let me phrase it. He doesn't remember specific ones. That tells you how frequent they were, folks. So yeah. If you think that Al Qaeda did it in the hopes of of make us more frightened than we were flying on airliners, you are hella gullible, and I don't know how the hell any of you. I mean, unless you were, of course, I can understand Zoomers not knowing this, because most of you probably were born right around the time were born in the 90s, like mid 90s, probably the earliest. You probably weren't old enough to even process that information until maybe the 2000s, and by then that's when you might have been old enough maybe to have witnessed the World Trade Center crumbling down into the ground. That'd be the oldest of you, mind you. That's the oldest of you Zoomers. Those of you who are younger than that, yeah, you would have never seen that. So you wouldn't even know about how frequent plane hijackings were even prior to that, or how terrified Americans were prior to that. Guess what? We still end up flying on planes, fishes. Before, after, wouldn't mattered. Terrified or not, Americans will go flying if they feel like they have to get somewhere. So if you thought that was Al Qaeda's end goal, that shows you how little people think past linear thinking of from point A to point B. No, they accomplished their goal, right? Their goal was to cause us to overreact, and we did, folks. We overreacted so bad that we invaded and occupied 2 countries for 20 years, and pissed away a large amount of money just to occupy those places.
The assumption that
now, of course, I know some of you are like, well, we went there to spread democracy and free them from liberate them from their tyrannical rulers. Folks, prior to the Second Gulf War, Saddam Hussein had been in power for almost, I think, the Second Persian Gulf War was in 2003, 2004. Or was it 2000? I know it's just roughly right around the time after I graduated high school, because I was at work listening to my morning talk show, in the dish room, when I heard the announcement that was made the day before, Congress declaring war on Iraq. that tells you, well, if that doesn't give you an indication of how old I am, I don't know what will, but my point is, Saddam Hussein was in power long before then, because my dad was serving the first Gulf War back in 91, if I'm right. Yeah, well, that's why I call it the first Persian Gulf War, because you got the two different operations, Desert Storm
That
and
pole arm doesn't distinguish friend
Desert
from
Shield
foe,
and Desert Storm.
and there is clearly a limit to the Red Rope's power.
Desert Shield was the
That's why I loathe crowded areas.
Desert Shield was the initial operation, right, to establish foothold, right, and Desert Storm was the second operation that was to push it back, right? That was to push back the Iraqis, right? Something like that. I just remember that both of them combined are classified as the first Persian Gulf War. Now, that was in like 91 roughly, folks. 1991. And Saddam Hussein had been in power for even years before that. Actually, you know what? To give you a brief idea what the hell I'm talking about, I'm gonna go ahead and look that one up real quick. Not so much the Storm, but so much more
The
Hussein
assumption
himself.
that every person has somewhere to call home is naive. I got used to living in the mountains alongside the birds and beasts a long time ago.
Okay, I guess trying to find him by his last name would be impossible, because a lot of people who has the same first name as his last name. Yeah, so 1979, folks. The dude's been alive, was basically a child during World War One. If I want to tell you how old he is, not World War One, he was a child in World War Two. He was basically middle school age practically, or at least we would consider middle school. No, correction. He'd been in the 5th grade during World War Two, or at the very least, no, he would have been 2 when World War Two started, with Russia and Germany invade. You know, that reminds me. Just a small off tangent. You remember the game Panzer General? That PlayStation game? Yeah. I mean, as much as I loved it, and it's pretty almost historically accurate. There's one gripe I have with it now that after I took it in a world history class. How come the game Panzer General only had the scenario where you got for Germany's part in invading Poland, but not Russia's? Because technically speaking, the reason why Poland fell is not so much just because how advanced the German army was. It fell as fast as it did because of both Germany and Russia invading it at the same time. And I always wondered, why is that the game never had that the Russian part of it invading? Because when you play as the Allies in the later part of the game, you get both the Europeans and the Russians invasions parts of those.
The assumption that every person has somewhere to call home is naive.
From it, yeah, I know. It just boggled my mind. I mean, because the game was almost was damn near historically accurate. It was just the only historical inaccuracy I can remember from it was that part of the invasion of Poland that was missing. Oh, well, that probably explains it. Because I mean, the other parts of Russia's exploits in World War II was in that game. It was just the one where they helped Germany invade for Poland that was missing from it. And I thought that was pretty odd that they just leave that one part out. All right. And he was in power, basically, folks, quite literally from. Well, he had 3 years where he wasn't in power, but he only had 3 years where he wasn't in power, basically from 91 to 94. But still, the dude was in power for roughly 79 to 91. It's almost 12 years, 22 years. 12 years.
Mind be purged.
Yeah, I know. We
World
did.
Be saved.
We had to help them fight the. Well, we didn't supply them with any boots on the ground, unfortunately. We only supplied them with. We didn't supply them with any training either. The Russians did.
Remember the Flying Tigers?
I do not remember the Fighting Tigers though.
Look up Flying Tigers.
I do remember that some Americans volunteered to help the Chinese, but it was off the books kind of volunteer stuff, like mercenary style stuff. Officially speaking, we were not involved. We did not help the Chinese whatsoever.
There's clearly a limit to the Red Rope's power.
Huh?
That's why I loathe crowded areas.
Yeah. See, Flying Tigers is an American
Most people focus
on the major stuff, and mostly Europe. Yeah, I know. But I mean, I'm familiar with all theaters of World War II and World War I. That's why I get into such an extensive talk about this stuff all the time. But yeah, the Flying Tigers, yeah, they were an American volunteer group, sure, that helped with train their pilots to fight against the. Yeah, I know. But they were an American volunteer group. It's the Curtiss P-40B Warhawks. That was their aircraft of usage. And the Flying Tigers consisted of 3 squadrons of around 30 aircraft each.
Mind be purged. World be saved.
Official Air Force in World War One. It was just mainly a small branch of the Army. It was called the Army Air Corps at the time. It wasn't until near the end of World War II where we formed the United States Air Force.
We're the only country that, besides Germany, that actually built a naval bomb.
Well,
They could not clash.
yeah. Oh,
Other countries still stuck to dreadnoughts and battleships. Basically, no aircraft carriers.
well, yeah. I mean, we built aircraft carriers specifically because of the Pacific theater. That was the main reason why aircraft carriers were built for.
A long time ago.
Prior to that, we didn't have a need for them. There was no aircrafts to speak of until then. No carriers to speak of until then. Let's see here. Flying Tigers. Like I said, volunteer group consisted of 3 fire squadrons. Technically speaking, they were officially members of the Republic of China's Air Force. How mess was that? We literally one of the slowest. We were one of the last countries to actually. Last of the modern countries at that time to form an official Air Force branch. All right. Hey man, don't worry about it. My internet gets slow too. I mean, if you want, you don't have to worry about dipping back in because I'm about ready to dip out once I finish my last points here. And now being about another minute, I can't tell you, but as soon as I do, I'll be dipping out. You could probably finish. You can rewatch this whole thing again later when your internet connection is more better, so that way you can follow the whole conversation through. But yeah, so they were technically part of. Officially, they were part of the Chinese Air Force at that time. But that's all we. Let me see here. Did we also give them planes and stuff? All right, that's a good question. I gotta look that up. Yeah, we did. I've heard about this before, but I wasn't 100% certain. But yeah, so technically speaking, let me see here. Yeah,
Mind be purged.
yeah, we did
World be
supply them
saved.
with stuff, Dad. But can you call it really supplying them stuff if you actually, if you just only approve of them buying X amount of your equipment? I know, but you're not giving it for free, though. That's my problem.
Because, no, they ain't get it for free. No country gets some military.
Some have, and that depends on which war you're talking about, Dad.
World War II, yeah. There was no qualms about that.
Well, World War II was in terms of when it came to helping the French freedom fighters fighting off the Nazis.
My pole arm doesn't distinguish friend from foe.
Pacific War,
And there
yeah,
is clearly a
not
limit
exactly.
to the Red Rope's power.
No, it wasn't until
That's why I loathe.
it wasn't until
Cowboy
after
Boys.
we were bombed in Pearl Harbor when we actually did it for free. But prior to that, no. That was partly what
And the British did.
that was one part of a lot of compounding factors of why there's such tension between China and America. But that's another subject for another time. But yeah, back to saying, got that 22 years he was in power. So yeah, and he had been quite the humanitarian rights criminal prior all that time, but we didn't bother ousting him out until after we decided to invade in 2003, folks. That's about almost 50 years in power, practically, if you don't count the 3-year gap between his first and second terms, that we didn't bother squat with. So, yeah, the concept of us having gone in there for spreading democracy and freedom and all that jazz was a bunch of crock. No, to double back my point about what Al-Qaeda original goal was that for that. If you thought it was just to scare us into not flying planes anymore, you've been hell wrong. If you think that was just to send a message of some sort to Americans, not exactly. It was to incite an overreaction, and that's what we ended up doing. Hence, Afghanistan, Iraq, 20 years. For those who are barely 20 years, over 20 years, who are at their 30s right now at this point, or at least not 25 and plus, you will not. That's kind of something you would not understand. Basically, it's like our Vietnam, it's my generation's Vietnam, basically. Probably not as horrific on a scale as that was, unfortunately, in some cases. We didn't exactly do napalm bombings of any sort, surprisingly. But then again, Kissinger at that point was probably still was not as influential on foreign military policy as he was back in the years prior to. Not a subject for another time. Moving on. Yeah. So basically, what Hamas did on October 7th was basically like just like Al Qaeda with their hijackings. They did that purposely, not so much to terrorize the Israeli people, because they were living in fear of terrorist attacks prior to that, folks. I mean, as I've already explained in the history of Israel right now at this point, you guys should have had that drilled in home. No, it was mostly to incite an overreaction. Always gotta think, man, when it comes to any action as far as that has to deal with any form of politics whatsoever, politics is more like a game of chess, if anything else, if I had to venture a guess and to tell you on anything. As my Vietnam vet uncle, rest his soul, once told me when I was 5 years old and unable to understand half of what he was saying. Politics especially is like a game of chess. There's maneuvers within maneuvers to basically get your opponent to position themselves where you want them to position themselves. And in terms of terrorist attacks, that's exactly what it's mostly designed for, is designed to cause overreactions, which would then leave, public opinion of you in favor in favor of your opponent instead of you. Because so far it has worked. Because let's see, if I'm right, there's a statistics. I can't remember where the hell it was at. That to be pulled up. Let me see if I can pull it up. because I remember there's like plenty of these statistics, and one of my YouTubers I listen to, the Rational National, goes over these statistics quite often, compiled by different study organizations. Damn it. I was hoping to find the graph here so it would be easier for me to... Because I'd have to read this crap. I mean, there's like 2,400 people, 2,700 people, somewhere around that, of Israelis that died from the Hamas attack on October 7th. And those were civilians, not military officials. And if you count, since then, military officials have probably added some small number to that, if I remember right, what the figures are. But you're looking at least over 14,000, as of right now. I wouldn't say, if I remember, as of right now, it was roughly almost 20,000 Palestinian civilians since October 7th. So, yeah, so if you take a look at the death toll, there's a vast gap in between the two. Emphasis on vast gap. And I think if I'm around 20,000-ish, they only managed to kill maybe a few dozen Hamas official members at most. So yeah, that's, like I said, Israel. This is Israel's Vietnam, and that's pretty much where I have all of that to wrap up. So to wrap it all up,
Mind be purged,
as far as how this could be solved, first and foremost, honestly, you'd have to start at the very foundation and root of the problem. And I've already explained that to you, but to recap what it is, it's basically when you have a nation that was founded by basically religious extremists that don't see the other inhabitants who happen to be neighbors to the people they're leading as equal human beings. You're not going to get much, if anywhere, like I said, because only one Israeli prime minister managed to almost seal a peace deal with the Palestinian authorities, and he was assassinated a day or two before the final hammerings of the details, if not before the signing, if memory serves me right, and not assassinated by Palestinians either. Assassinated by Jewish Zionists. So, basically from his own government, practically. Go into PsyOps if you want about, you can go into Spec Ops, Black Ops crap like that if you want. I'm not going to get into the whole spy versus spy stuff right now, but if you got, I mean, so that's the core crux of the problem, and as long as the Zionists are still in control of the Israeli government, I don't think there's going to be any way for peace to actually be happening there in the foreseeable future, for the most part. I mean, at least unless they get a leader who's actually willing to tell the Zionists to stick it where to stick it, and actually, and reestablish the PLO as a legitimate, peaceful leader figure, leading, organization for the Palestinian people, and at the very least are able to sit down and hammer out the details. Because I can't tell you whether a two-state solution is going to be the answer, folks. Because from what my father has told me from his time in Israel, for some of the civilians he managed to talk to that knew any English, I mean, some want a two-state solution, some just want to be one united people under one nation. I mean, and trying to sort that out between the two would take more time, but at the very least, trying to get started on at least, I think maybe probably do it as I would say a trial period of a two-state solution, for example. Maybe run it or not, either run it, do a trial period of either a two-state solution or all are united under one nation solution, where Palestinians are treated under have equal protection and rights under the law as their Israeli brethren do. Run that as a trial period. If by then the ones who were for the two-state solution find that out, that thinks have decided that works for them too, then make that